thrilled to see you again. If you missed yesterday, you missed quite a show. A lot of steak, a lot of sizzle. We tried to pack it all in, but we really couldn't. You know, this brings so many different worlds together. It's power, it's people, the planet, policy. We talked about places yesterday, quality of place, pollution, pollinators, and even profits, because one of the key differences going forward is that not only are we saving the planet, but we're saving the economy too, particularly in some of our downtrodden communities who've been waiting a long time for scalable end uses for their brownfield sites, just as one example. There are a lot of stranded mine lands, 500,000 abandoned mines in this country still, and those are just on the books. But we're going to get right to some of our more of our terrific content this morning, and we're really proud and honored actually for our next block, because we have leaders from both our state and federal government, and these are the folks who are driving the redevelopment renaissance, the solar renaissance forward. I talked yesterday kind of about the end of the beginning, shifting to superabundance from scarcity. Myself as a young attorney at BP when oil shot to $150 a barrel. But under the Obama administration, actually we did drill, baby drill. We doubled domestic oil production, brought on a lot of natural gas, and it's about time for solar prices to continue to come down and a nice storage, a battery war to emerge. And so the whole script is different now. The old playbook we're throwing away, and that's what we're doing over these 3 days, is designing the new playbook. And we're so thrilled to have such a never-ending stream of solar stars, one after the other, and not least of which are our next two speakers. First, I want to introduce the Secretary of Natural Resources for the Commonwealth of Virginia, Mr. Matthew Strickler. Matt is the Secretary of Natural Resources, as I just said, and prior to joining the administration, he served as Senior Policy Administrator to Democratic members of the House of Representatives on the Committee of Natural Resources. He's actually originally from Lexington, Virginia, and he graduated from Washington Lee University and holds a master's degree in public policy and marine science from the College of William and Mary, as well as the Virginia Institute of Marine Science. He was a NOS Marine Fellow, a NOS Marine Policy Fellow at NOAA's Office of International Affairs in 2007. And he even worked with US Senator Mark Warden's successful campaign in 2008. So Matt really knows his stuff. Matt, are you there?
Hey, Dan, here I am.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Morning, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good today. It's a renaissance and I get really excited about this stuff. Especially, I thought we'd be dealing with Mad Max right now, but we're talking about scaling up solar big time in Virginia and going after these really big mine sites who I've seen stranded as a brownfielder for my nearly 20 years in the redevelopment game. So good morning, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Well, good morning, and to you and everybody attending the Solar Summit today. This is a very exciting time, as Dan mentioned, and I'm glad to be back with all of you, even though it's unfortunately not in person. Hopefully, we'll be able to do that relatively soon with folks finally getting vaccinated. I remember joining this event a couple of years ago in Richmond, the convention center, when it was the Brightfields conference, and we talked then about Governor Northam's ambition to tackle climate change. And to accelerate clean energy deployment in Virginia. And, we started acting on that commitment from day one of the administration through our efforts to secure passage of the Grid Modernization and Transformation Act, which seems like it was a lifetime ago, and development and deployment of the Virginia Energy Plan, which proposed really a sweeping transformation of our economy through clean electricity. Interestingly, I also remember being in the minority on the stage that day and talking about how important it would be for Virginia to join the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative and for the United States to live up to its international commitments for carbon pollution reduction through the Paris Agreement and other actions. All I can say is what a difference a couple of years and a couple of elections can make. We are really, as Dan said, in a renaissance right now, and trying to do everything we can to take full advantage of that and make as much progress as we were able to in our last year in office. So starting on January 1st of this year, Virginia's power plants were covered under new carbon pollution regulations for the first time. We participated in our first Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative carbon allowance auction earlier this month. And our proceeds from that auction, which is one of 4 that will be held this year, totaled about $43 million. And that's money we're going to put back to work in the clean economy to further reduce emissions and reduce bills for lower income Virginians through energy efficiency upgrades, as well as to increase resilience to coastal and inland flooding, which is the most damaging consequence of climate change in our state. So a lot of really good progress there. In addition to joining RGGI, we have, as you know, a powerful new clean energy law, the Virginia Clean Economy Act, which adds Virginia to the very small handful of states that have adopted 100% clean energy requirement into law. In the coming decades, RGGI and the Clean Economy Act are really going to work hand in hand to drive down emissions from power plants and ensure that clean electricity will be delivered to all Virginians. And that's where the great work of folks that are involved in this summit really comes into play. A lot of you have probably seen the report from earlier this week that had Virginia ranked 4th among states in the country for the amount of solar installed in 2020, 1.4 gigawatts of solar in a year. That's obviously, as you all know, equivalent to some of the output of some of the largest gas-fired power stations. And it's just an incredible accomplishment and something that I did not think we would be able to do 3 years ago. But again, we're really moving in the right direction. And Governor Northam's really committed to taking as many additional steps as he can to advance both utility scale and distributed solar across Virginia. I know the newly renamed Virginia Department of Energy is working diligently on implementation of the Clean Economy Act. The Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, which I oversee, spent many, many hours engaging with stakeholders to craft revisions to our permit by rule program, streamlining solar development in a way that also preserves and protects the natural and working lands of the Commonwealth that I know all of you care about just as much as I do. So the final draft of those regulations is currently under executive review, and I know DEQ is staffing up to respond to implementation of that and to new legislation that'll add storage to the list of resources that are allowed to move forward under the PBR process. So I'm very excited about that as well. Last time I spoke with you, we also discussed some of the growing pains that the solar industry is facing, particularly with respect to land use. And I'm pleased that we're working collaboratively to address potential conflicts using tools like Governor Northam's groundbreaking, Conserve Virginia Land Conservation Initiative that can help identify critical resources and steer development towards areas where the interests of communities, the solar industry, and the environment align. So a win-win-win if we can move in that direction. And certainly the work that you all are doing here at the summit and through collaborative processes like the permit by rule revision, our Brownfields program, and aggressive deployment of rooftop solar as well, it makes me confident that we're going to be able to overcome those challenges together. And I guess let me just tell you how excited I am that we finally have new leadership and new partners in Washington that take both of these priorities incredibly seriously. From his acknowledgement of the need to transition to a clean economy, to his support of the 30 by 30 initiative to protect natural landscapes, President Biden has put the focus on energy, climate, and conservation like nobody before him. It's incredibly refreshing and incredibly necessary. The Biden-Harris whole of government approach to tackling the climate crisis is ensuring that each agency of the federal government is looking for every opportunity to reduce emissions, accelerate clean energy, and advance what is also very important, particularly in Southwest Virginia, a just transition for workers and communities that have been left behind by the fossil fuel industry. And central to these efforts is the U.S. Department of Energy. Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm recently said that she's obsessed with creating green jobs and that she's all about bringing clean energy jobs to communities, especially those which have been historically dependent upon fossil fuels. So I guess our message to Secretary Granholm is come on down to Virginia and let's get to work. And carrying that message back to the Secretary, we hope, will be Kelly Speakes-Backman, who's my pleasure to introduce to you now. Ms. Speakes-Backman is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy and Acting Assistant Secretary at DOE. In her role, she is focused on creating and sustaining American leadership in the transition to a global clean energy economy. She oversees the planning and execution of the office's $2.8 billion portfolio of research, development, demonstration, and deployment activities in energy efficiency, renewable energy, and sustainable transportation. Acting Assistant Secretary Speakes-Backman most recently served as the first CEO of the Energy Storage Association, the national trade group for the energy storage industry. She has spent more than 20 years working in energy and environmental issues in the public, NGO, and private sectors. And in 2019, she was honored by the Cleany Awards as Woman of the Year. So Madam Assistant Secretary, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Matt. And good morning out there to the Virginia Solar Summit. It is, I have to just say though, Matt, it is so exciting to see Virginia involved in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. As a Maryland resident myself and former chair of RGGI, I can tell you that reinvesting your share of revenues back into consumer benefits like energy efficiency and solar and other energy measures is going to be a great payback in benefits to your citizens and to the environment manyfold. So it is, you're right, it's a really exciting time for renewable energy. Secretary Granholm, and by the way, her obsession is real with good green jobs. She's recently been sworn in and we couldn't be more thrilled to have her leading our energy agenda. She has a lot of great things in store for EERE in particular. But speaking to President Biden's clean energy plan, he's laid out a framework to address the climate crisis and to put America on an irreversible path to achieve a carbon-free electricity sector by 2035 and a 100% clean energy economy with net zero emissions not later than 2050. Our vision here in EERE, the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Office, is really to drive the research, development, and I will underscore right now, the demonstration and the deployment of innovative technologies, systems, and practices that are going to, number one, transition Americans to this 100% clean energy economy, and number two, ensure that the clean energy economy benefits all Americans. And that's why it's a Biden administration priority to address environmental injustices that disproportionately affect communities of color, low-income communities, and indigenous communities. Across DOE, we're working to ensure that 40% of the overall benefits of relevant federal investments are delivered to these disadvantaged communities. This transition is also going to create millions of good-paying middle-class jobs and ensure clean, affordable, and reliable energy options for Americans. Further, we're determined to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in STEM and the entire clean energy workforce. So as you can hear, we have a lot of work to do, and we really can't do it alone. We're committed to expanding our strategic collaboration and working closely with both our federal and our non-federal partners. So to execute these energy goals, EERE is going to need to coordinate closely with state agencies, with national labs and the other DOE offices, with the federal agencies, state commissions, tribal and local governments, as well as industry and non-governmental partners. So I'm really excited to be here today to share our programmatic priorities and talk about how solar fits in and how we can cooperate to achieve our shared energy goals. The solar energy industry is the fastest growing source of new electricity generation in the nation. Solar's grown from about 2.5 gigawatts of solar capacity in 2010 to about 95 gigawatts now, providing about 3% of the US electricity supply. And I think you saw, or I'm not sure, but there was a report out that came from the National Solar Energy Industry Association just yesterday, talking about how this next decade is going to double its capacity. There's enough solar right now installed in the US to power more than 16 million American homes. Virginia, having about 14,000 active solar installations with more than 1,300 megawatts installed, that means nearly 1.5% of Virginia's electricity comes from solar, which is enough energy to power 147,000 homes. Virginia has a bright solar future. We expect to see more than 3 gigawatts installed in the Commonwealth over the next 5 years. It's also helping with Virginia's economy with 175 solar companies in the Commonwealth and nearly 4,500 people employed in the solar industries. And more solar jobs are on the way in Virginia. Y'all just passed the Clean Economy Act nearly a year ago, which will create up to 29,000 solar jobs and new opportunities for residential and utility scale solar. The state's also set to expand solar access to low-income residents. State regulators are expected to release the final rules soon. I'm looking forward to seeing them for a new community solar program that's scheduled to launch in 2023. In West Virginia, there are 349 active solar installations with more than 10 megawatts installed. The price of solar in West Virginia has dropped 45% over the last 5 years. Since the state has first invested $6 million in solar over the past few years, opportunities for growth are certainly rising. But as fast as solar is growing, we need to grow even faster in order to achieve President Biden's climate goals. By setting a target of 100% carbon-free electricity grid by 2035, this administration is going to spur the deployment of hundreds of gigawatts of solar. By 2035, solar will represent about 30 to 50% of the US energy supply. And to meet that goal, we need to deploy about 100 gigawatts. That's 2 to 5 times the current rate of deployment. This requires faster siting. It's going to require permitting and interconnection being done faster, and it's going to require well-trained workforce to support job growth. Faster solar deployments require further investment in the grid operations to ensure the reliability and resilience of the nation's electricity supply. So we're conducting research and analysis, not just for this region, but across the country, to really be able to establish viable pathways to achieve this carbon-free emissions reduction. We've identified 5 programmatic priorities in our first few weeks here at DOE across our office's 3 sectors: energy efficiency, renewable power, and sustainable transportation. This is going to guide our research, our development, our funding and programs, and our policies as we transition into this clean energy economy. So the 5 programmatic priorities really are grid modernization and integration, decarbonizing transportation, decarbonizing energy-intense industries, reducing the carbon footprint of buildings, and enabling a net zero agricultural sector. You'll notice that none of these priorities are specific to just one single EERE technology office or any one specific technology itself. That's because we have to be willing to work across all of our offices to scale up our research, development, demonstration, and deployment to meet the urgency of this climate crisis. Solar has a super important role to play in accomplishing all 5 of these programmatic priorities. In addition, to accomplish these goals, we need to accelerate solar deployment, obviously, and the associated job growth by opening new markets, by providing workforce training, by growing US manufacturing, by reducing environmental impacts, and by focusing on environmental justice. We've got to enable inverter-based technologies to provide essential grid services and black start capabilities while demonstrating the reliable, resilient, and secure operation of a 100% clean energy grid. We've got to reduce hardware and soft costs of solar electricity for all Americans to be able to afford carbon-free power sector by 2035. We've got to support a decarbonized industrial sector with advanced concentrating solar thermal technologies and develop affordable renewable fuels produced by solar energy. EERE is funding research not only to improve how solar systems are operating, but also where they're operating. Most of the large ground-mounted solar PV systems are installed on land used only for solar energy production. It's possible, though, to co-locate these solar and agriculture on the same land, which could provide benefits to both the solar and the agricultural industries. Co-location of solar PV and agriculture could benefit farms with diversified revenue sources and ecological benefits, while reducing land use competition and siting restrictions for solar developers. DOE recently selected a couple of projects that focus on solar and ag co-location. These projects are tackling challenges like improved mounting and racking designs, co-location models that can help realize new value streams, and analysis on the ecological or performance impacts of solar and ag co-location, such as food production, water supply, and soil resources. In addition to this co-location, we're looking at stormwater runoff at solar sites, how to better understand and predict and manage water resources, as well as identifying best practices for stormwater management. We also understand the value of utilizing contaminated lands for solar development. We funded a project at NREL, I'll not acronym it, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory back in 2015 to evaluate approaches and to reduce the costs of financial risks in developing projects on these lands. The project enabled collaboration with the Environmental Protection Agency to develop best practices for siting solar photovoltaics on municipal solid waste landfills to provide assistance in addressing common technical challenges for siting solar PV on former landfills. The best practices guides provides guidance on a wide array of issues, from how to deal with waste composition and settlement to managing stormwater issues to siting on steep slopes. Now, about some projects in the greater Virginia area. We currently fund 6 active projects in Virginia. These projects span the entire solar spectrum, from helping utilities to bring more solar to the grid through better detection of abnormalities like cyber attacks, to improving the function of concentrated solar thermal power plants and enabling low-income Americans to take advantage of clean, affordable energy. As I mentioned earlier, one of our goals is to deliver 40% of our own overall benefits of federal climate investments to marginalized communities. A research project funded by our Solar Energy Technologies Office, or lovingly called CETO, along with the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, or NRECA, will help to achieve that goal. NRECA's project team is working with electric co-ops to expand solar access and affordability in low to moderate income communities. It's an important partnership because co-ops serve 92% of the US's persistent poverty counties, where there have been very high poverty rates over a long period of time. One of the co-ops participating in NRECA's project is the BARC Electric Co-op, which serves the Bath and Augusta counties in Western Virginia. Approximately 19% of households in BARC's service area have incomes below 200% of the federal poverty level. As part of the NRECA project, BARC is in the early stages of developing a 2.5 megawatt solar project, a portion of which will expand solar access for low and middle income customers. And it'll enable them to receive a minimum savings of 10% on their monthly energy bills and reduce that energy burden. The lessons learned by BARC as they navigate through this process is going to be compiled by NRECA along with those from the other participating co-ops, so that more co-ops across the country will be able to enact similar programs that are going to benefit thousands of low and middle income Americans. So, as I've described a little bit this morning, we have a lot of work to do to meet this Biden administration goals of achieving this carbon-free electricity sector and a clean energy economy not later than 2050. And we can't do it alone. We need the help of our federal and our non-federal partners to be able to meet these ambitious goals. We need to continue to work with the greater Virginia region to bring more solar onto the grid as quickly as possible. It's an all hands on deck sprint for us, and we look forward to continuing to work with you all and to expand our current collaborations. We think that together we can accelerate the progress that's critical to securing our clean energy future and bringing about a carbon-free grid that's resilient, reliable, and affordable by 2050. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I look forward to any questions that you might have or the discussion at hand. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. That was terrific. We're so grateful you could plug in today, and Matthew as well. We appreciate your summary. And I also want to thank you both. I should have mentioned at the top that you really bent over backwards to accommodate speaking at the summit. The U.S. Senate doing the people's business threw us a wrinkle, and we had to scramble. And so I appreciate you both and your teams behind the scenes and making sure that you could find time for us. Thank you,
Dan, you took my thank you. I was going to thank you for your flexibility in this. I was really looking forward to kicking off tomorrow, and unfortunately, I had to be called away. But thank you so much for your flexibility in this.
Absolutely. No, we're so grateful for your leadership, and as well as from the Commonwealth. As Matthew said, Matthew, thank you again for being there in 2019. You and I were early on this. We kind of saw the stars aligning, and I think a lot of that discussion in 2019 magically appeared in legislation. Isn't that funny how that works? You get the people together and they start having these productive conversations on the details, and things start to make sense. And I'm really seeing this amazing, even bipartisan now. There's HB 1925. It's on Governor Northam's desk, sailed through the Virginia House unopposed. And we've seen very similar things with brownfields. Redevelopment has been one of these little nooks and niches where everybody seems to agree that there is a powerful public role to play. But now with as Kelly was talking about, the solar renaissance really coming on, we're picking up the pace, and it's a boom, as I said. But Matthew, what is your current view of Virginia? You guys are as busy, rebooting as the Biden administration. I know you're looking to collaborate.
Yeah, absolutely. We're, as you said, we're rocking and rolling, getting a lot of solar on the ground. I guess a couple of things that are, kind of front and center for me. I play a part in our energy policy in the administration, but also obviously have, visibility and authority over all of our natural resources. And so the conversations, around solar siting have been really, really something that I've been focused on. We have, as you mentioned, we're getting more and more bipartisan support for renewable clean energy, and that's great. But as you all know, there's really kind of an urban-rural divide in our country that we are really trying hard to bridge. And I know that President Biden and Secretary Granholm are interested in bridging as well. And I think targeting 40% of the energy and clean energy investments towards lower middle income communities with a focus on rural is incredibly important. But we've heard during the General Assembly session and in other fora some concern from members who represent rural areas about clean energy changing the rural character of some of these communities. And I don't think that's necessarily a true statement. I think a solar farm is a farm, and I think it's a high value farm. And I think getting that into people's psyche is part of what we need to do. At the same time, there are some legitimate concerns that go beyond kind of the NIMBYism that you would expect. We don't want to cover up our high value agricultural soils with solar panels. We'd like to, co-location, great. If there are ways that we can work that out, that's fantastic. We don't want to cut down, productive forests that are providing fiber and wildlife habitat. So, I think the focus on brownfields is incredibly important. The focus on rooftops incredibly important. And one of the things we really want to partner with the federal government on is identifying the lands. Obviously, those are kind of the low-hanging fruit, but also at a more granular level. Areas that are maybe more marginal for agricultural production, maybe not as important for wildlife habitat, don't have negative impacts on clean water, and steer development away from those. And I think we have a tool, as I mentioned, in the Governor's Conserve Virginia initiative that identifies land conservation values based on a kind of a pretty broad suite of different criteria that can help in renewable energy siting, and just look forward to to partnering with Kelly and her team, and also the folks who are working on the 30 by 30 land conservation initiative to make sure that we're all in alignment there.
Matt, I am so in agreement with you on the fact that not all agricultural land is suited for co-location. I totally agree with you on that. And that's why I say time and time again that we can't do this alone. We can't just say that everything should be co-located. We've got to do a community-based planning. And that's why we're really working hard to reach out to the local communities, to states, to regions, and to, frankly, industry associations as well, to try to find out where the best places are so that we can help and not sort of force things on communities, but really help to accelerate for those areas that are looking for it. I think as we gain more and more progress on solar installations, folks will begin to see the value if they were a little bit, shy of it at first. And so that's what we're looking to do, is really to encourage and to help and support with a community-based approach.
Yeah, Kelly, that makes a ton of sense, and look forward to partnering with you on that. I guess one question for you, if I can, we're kind of pivoting now, and certainly we have a lot to do on the energy generation side, but are really trying to look at the last year of Governor Northam's term at transportation decarbonization. And while switching to EVs is really important, and incentivizing EVs is really important, and we just passed the Clean Cars Act to make Virginia a LEV-ZEV state in alignment with the California Clean Air Act Section 177 requirements. It's not just about the EVs; it's making sure we're charging our EVs with clean energy, and we've got some traction on that. With our electric utilities and others trying to to make that happen. But what are your thoughts, and kind of what's the plan from the administration's perspective on ensuring that the energy that's going to charge these clean cars is actually clean energy?
Love that question. And I didn't speak much to the transportation side of this, but in my opening remarks, but transportation is a huge part of the Clean Energy by 2050 plan. And that's exactly, but with respect to your immediate question about making sure that clean energy is what is charging these, that's part of the role that our goal of 2035 clean grid is going to be. So if we can work our way towards there, then as the grid is decarbonizing, these electric vehicle stations will be charging more and more zero carbon or less and less carbon intent electricity. And as part of that infrastructure, we also have a goal of 500,000 new public charging stations across the nation by 2035 as well. So we're working on that at the same time, and this is also why part of the reasoning behind our goals is not just specific to these one technology or another, but it's got to work together, right? You've got to get all the solar, all the wind, offshore wind. I know y'all are maybe interested in a little bit of that. Offshore wind coupled with energy storage, really like 100 gigawatts of storage over the next decade is going to help propel us to that cleaner energy future, so that we can have a reliable and resilient grid as well. So it's kind of all in. It's a little bit like a Rubik's Cube that we're putting together here.
Yeah, we saw the success of that. The Obama administration that came in, it was across the board. They let fracking run, it's true, but they also gave Elon $200 million, the DOE did, that he paid back early with interest. And so yep. We doubled oil production and natural gas in the recession. It was actually the biggest carbon boom of all time, bigger than Saudi Arabia in the 50s and 60s. But I think it'll be the shortest lived carbon boom, because the race for renewables is now on, and storage as well. And it's you're right, it's not one technology. It's everything, and patents are coming every day, and costs are coming down, and that makes it now finally, I think of it as the end of the beginning, because we've got the new kind of green in these green projects, the profit, and that will unlock our capital system, which is so well tuned. But Matthew, if I can throw it to you quickly, thinking about just the spectacular, it's almost as a young energy guy, I wouldn't have believed we'd be here in 2021, and now we've got all these amazing projects, but making it real for people. You mentioned demonstrations in your remarks. Can you maybe just TikTok for us? What are some of the fantastical projects that are just so real now and standing up in Virginia?
Sure, Dan. So it's been really interesting to watch this development. Through our permit by rule program for I guess it's smaller scale renewable energy, but up to 150 megawatts. We have seen just an explosion of applications come in, over the last few years, and that's a really unique and innovative thing in the Commonwealth that I think has been a huge part of facilitating, getting solar farms and kind of smaller commercial scale activity off the ground. It's been something that's been really helpful in making allowing data centers in particular in Virginia to be able to offset their carbon emissions. Folks are coming in, Microsoft, Amazon, you name it, that want to put a server farm in, and they're pairing that with a solar farm to be able to power basically that operation. And it's easy to do that because we have this permit by rule law on the books, and as I mentioned earlier, we're working to update that and make it even more user friendly, while at the same time being able to to provide incentives to protect pollinators and wildlife habitat. So that's one thing that's really cool. Our DEQ is also working with the Energy Department on our Brownfields program and trying to identify places, particularly in Southwest Virginia. And there's some demonstration projects out there as well on reclaimed mine lands and other former industrial sites that are really kind of accelerating the transition from kind of older energy sources to newer clean energy. And as you mentioned, that's something that that's really strong bipartisan work that a lot of our leaders out in Southwest Virginia who are Republicans are very, very supportive of. So that's just a couple of examples, but it's there's a lot of stuff underway, and again, a really exciting time to be working on this stuff.
It absolutely is exciting. It really is pinch me type stuff. I can't tell you, when as a young attorney, the smartest people that I knew in the world thought that we were running out of oil. Peak oil was real, and now to see everything coming online, and it's really just the work is just beginning. Matthew knows in 2019 we're a proud audience of nerds here, and this is a nuts and bolts conference. Our two feature issues are mineland reclamation and pollinators. We're really bridging the gap from the worst to first, and it's to say it out loud sounds crazy, but we're really going to save the bees and the butterflies with Brightfield redevelopment and put people to work in rural and urban areas. We've got big sites out in stranded places, but we've got these nice little brownfield sites in urban markets too, and solar works on them all, it turns out, and they're not doing anything else. Kelly, as you're stepping into this new role, are you just totally overwhelmed? Pollution and bees and butterflies, just in our little sphere here, it's right. So amazing, but you're looking at the broader realm, energy proper. Am I too hopeful? I'm not an optimist by nature, but it's getting real. It's becoming just an undeniable professional view that abundance is before us.
Yeah, it is a really, really exciting time to be in the clean energy economy and the clean energy sector. And I can tell you, just even from my last position at the Energy Storage Association, I spent all of my time thinking about how all of these pieces go together, and going back even for when I was a regulator in the state of Maryland, you think about, you have to keep reliability and resilience, you have to keep affordability, and all of these pieces are starting to come together. Costs are coming down for solar, certainly. Costs have come down for wind, they're still coming down, even offshore wind. There's a little work to do. That's what I get to do now, is think about the research and development that needs to be done in order to enable this offshore wind. And then with storage costs coming down like 85% in the last decade, that's just amazing. And it's still coming down in terms of installed costs. So all of these costs coming down are helping consumers make choices of cleaner energy without having to make the choice of whether, frankly, they can pay for their medicine and their food or pay for their bills. And that's really, if you're in government, that's what your goal is, to make sure that citizens have a better life. And that's not just, it includes making sure the short-term bills are taken care of and that people can live, but it's also in the longer term that people can breathe, and that our earth is here, and that they can go out to the parks and see some butterflies, for gosh sakes.
Yeah, quality of place, and also, they don't freeze in their trailers in Texas. It breaks my heart to see, 2021, the grid go down, and we kind of default to, the lowest level of civilization. It just should never happen, ever again. We can take that off the table. And yesterday, it has already come up, because we're digging down at the project level at this summit. We have to do this right. Yeah, it's a boom. Great. We've had a lot of land booms in this country over the last 400 or 500 years, and not all of them worked out so well for everybody, but it can actually be different this time. We're popping up these solar panels, and it's kind of even just a long-term interim use. It's not like we can clean up every mine that's out there over the next 20 or 30 years of these solar panel, the lease cycle, but we can put them to work, and we can do some natural species along the side and kick it into future generations, at least in a positive and productive way. But so Matthew, more tactically now, let's zoom in if we can. Virginia is just policy-wise, it's popping in front of the laboratory of states, especially if Governor Northam signs HB 1925, there'll be nothing like it anywhere else in the country, parallel to the EPA Brownfield program, a real, grant program for Brightfield redevelopment. It's unfunded, we'll need some help. There's a little wrinkle in there about we need to get money from the federal government before the Commonwealth can fund it. But these kind of catalytic dollars, like in Brownfields, it's actually pretty small. They're not big programs dollar-wise. They're just highly effective. They're early stage and they make later things possible. So Matthew, you know, what are you working on right now?
Sure. So Dan, to your point about you know, about that legislation and kind of the uncapitalized fund, you know, I think we're going to have our eyes focused very closely on what Congress does with an infrastructure package. I think clean energy is going to be hopefully a big part of that, and we will certainly be letting our congressional delegation know that we have this fund, that we have this really, you know, as you mentioned, groundbreaking program set up. You know, just ready for some investment, as far as, you know, kind of shovel-ready type projects that create jobs. We got a lot of those, and so it's something where we can put people to work, you know, very, very quickly as our economy recovers in the clean energy space. So, you know, that's certainly one thing we're working on. Another thing, and we've talked a lot about, you know, the challenges of getting solar to underserved communities in rural areas. In urban areas, we've got an even bigger challenge because we lack land in a lot of cases. And as you mentioned, there are brownfield sites, and it's true in a lot of communities. But community solar is something else that we really need to focus in on, and you know, kind of encouraging that and helping you know, underserved urban communities actually see the benefits of solar energy and take advantage of that resource. And that's a little bit of a tougher nut to crack, but I know there are a lot of people smarter than I am who are working on it. And, you know, we're focused very much on energy efficiency in some of those communities right now through using our RGGI money, as I mentioned. But, you know, the solar deployment goes kind of hand in glove with that. So that's there's just a couple of examples of things that I see we'll be focusing on in the coming months.
Yeah, and Kelly, you mentioned, you know, I think one of the things we haven't mentioned so far, except for you, was, you know, the power of the municipality and the localities. You know, locals rule. I was energy and real estate was my thing as an attorney. I'm retired now. But, you know, they've always had a voice. It goes back to common law, you know, and they can definitely have a voice now. And Matt mentioned NIMBYs, but throughout this conference, we're putting a lot of these nuts and bolts out there for people. And we've got a lot of great agency folks plugged in, because it turns out there are playbooks and guidance and websites. Yesterday, we featured Laura Strine from Repowering America's Land Initiative, which actually started as a joint thing between EPA and DOE. And they've got tremendous amounts of resources that are free and accessible to people. EPA has the technical assistance program. You can actually call and talk to those guys for free if you have a question about your brownfield grant. So tactically, can you zoom in for us? You know, how are you at the federal level, and beyond all this great stuff that we're featuring at this conference, how are you thinking about empowering those communities that you mentioned in your new role?
Well, absolutely. Actually getting out there and speaking to people, gosh, I can't wait to get out actually personally and speak to people physically. That's one of the things that that we're doing. But our Solar Energy Technologies office has a lot of webinars, has a lot of resources. You can go to those straight to our website. But also we have, even beyond the solar office, but inclusive of solar, we have the weatherization and the intergovernmental programs office, which has state energy program dollars. So among all of this, you know, one of the things that we do, you mentioned earlier that we're a $2.8 billion office within EERE, is we put funding opportunities out there. We put a lot of money out there, not just in this administration. It will not just be on early research and development. It will be on deployment, and it will be on demonstrations of not just the technologies, but demonstrations of how to impact communities as a whole. So I would say keep a lookout for that, because we have a lot of funding opportunities coming out really soon. And then throughout fiscal year 2022, as we're working through that process, I think you can expect to see more.
Thank you. That's actually a perfect tease for a lot of the stars we have coming afterwards. We even have some hands-on training sessions. We're going to be going step by step through some of these materials, some of these programs. They're out there. They're some of the best kept secrets. I keep talking about brownfields as a brownfielder, but it's 20-to-1 leverage over there. For every dollar that Uncle Sam has put through the EPA brownfield program, they've leveraged $20 of private capital. Yeah. It's stunning return. And that's why it always said, even I think the last brownfield reauthorization was supported on a huge bipartisan basis. So I'm sensitive to the top of the hour, and I know you guys are too. You've got the people's business. But I do want to give you final thoughts, please. I just want to add one more thing. So this is, I get all excited about this. I also need to do a big, huge shout out to one of the solar giants who has joined Department of Energy, Jigar Shah, who is now running the loan program office. They are open for business as well. So if you have, inventive ideas, innovative ideas of what to put together and you need some money for that, Jigar is dying to work with his team to make sure that that can happen. So. Awesome. Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, and we're actually going to be including that information in the knowledge binder takeaway that goes out next week after the conference with everyone's presentations and all the materials. Thank you for working. Your people in your office are great. Yeah. And thank you for all the information. We will feed it to the market. Matthew, throw to you quickly. Final thought. We're over time, but thank you. Go ahead. No, that's it. I won't hold it up. Again, just thank you so much for having me, Kelly. It's been great to meet you and have a little bit of dialogue, and look forward to more of that in the future. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks, guys. Yeah, keep up the great work. And I like to say the future's as bright as we build it. That's awesome. Thanks. Keep up the great work. You too. Take care. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Dean. All right. Thanks, everybody. All right, let's reset. Top of the hour, a little bit over. If you're just joining us, we apologize. We had some problems with the links this morning. YouTube made a change on us. We sent out a corrected link. So we apologize if your friends are still trying to get in, that the latest link is live. So thank you. Resetting. Welcome back. The 2021 Virginia Solar Summit Day 2 is begun. We're full ahead of steam. I hope you enjoyed that last block. That's really exciting to see, federal and state government working so easily together and so casually. I think in this space, it's a unique opportunity, and they teed us up our next session perfectly. We're really putting the best forward. One of our feature issues this year is pollinators. But I think about it really as green fields, and maybe we need a bigger category to think about everything that is possible on these sites. It's not just bees and butterflies. I see already one of our speakers has beautiful sheep in the background. So the term of art to Google, to write down: agrivoltaics, beehives, sheep, and more. And we've got a terrific panel of experts. And I'm going to pick on Carrie Hearne. Am I introducing everybody, or are you introducing everybody, Carrie? Because you really helped put this panel together.
Sure, I can help tee it up, and then we're really going to pass it over to Ivy Main from the Sierra Club, who is going to help facilitate the panel today. But this is one of my, personal favorite topics, sort of off to the side, but it's kind of growing and brewing and emerging as the solar industry really launches in Virginia and grows up and expands. It was really great to hear this morning's remarks. I'm just totally inspired and a little bit speechless in terms of the level of leadership that we're hearing from the Federal Department of Energy and from our other agencies here in Virginia, from Secretary of Natural Resources, and all of these go hand in hand. And, speaking of hand in hand, we're talking about the application of agriculture and solar. We're going to talk a little bit about the role of sheep in our solar systems and how they can provide long-term benefits to not only reduce operations and maintenance costs, but also improve soil health and other co-benefits. Improve the nature of how we see agriculture in the community going forward to keep the farm in solar farms. So we have a great group of panelists. I'm actually not going to spend too much time on introductions, but like I said, we have Ivy Main, who's going to help facilitate. Ivy's with the Sierra Club. We have Lexie Hain from the American Solar Grazing Association, and a sheep farmer herself on solar lands. We have Dr. Arjun Makhijani, and I will ask Arjun to introduce himself. We have Dr. Lee Daniels from Virginia Tech, and myself, I'm Carrie Hearne. I am the Associate Director of Energy Equity Programs at the Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy, which is our Virginia State Energy Office, and I'm the former Solar Program Manager. And just a personal note, I grew up on a 300-acre farm up in rural West Virginia. We had a lot of sheep on that farm, and I'm wearing my favorite wool sweater today. I think wool is a very sustainable product and sort of a heritage crop, if you will, that I think we can see more applications across the board. And then I just have to say my uncle is a professional sheep shearer, so I have a lot of sheep in my family, and so it's a little bit of a personal favorite topic for me. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ivy, and please, everyone, reintroduce yourself. Tell us a little bit more about your work and your perspective on the topic.
I'm Ivy Main. I am the Renewable Energy Co-Chair for the Virginia chapter of the Sierra Club. And we're very excited about the transition to zero carbon energy and a zero carbon economy. And when I first heard about agrivoltaics, I got so excited because it really encapsulates what it is we want to see as we do this transition. Instead of just changing from one source of energy, in the case dirty fossil fuels, to a clean energy, if we put people and the planet in the center of our planning, we don't just change energy sources, but we give all of these benefits to society and to the planet. So this is just a beautiful example of ways that we can add value and make life better for people rather than just doing one big project after another. And so, I mean, if you combine solar with sheep, or we talked a lot about pollinators yesterday. There's a lot of experiments with growing row crops. All of these are great examples of how we can make solar look and feel like an agricultural resource rather than like an industrial project. And that's particularly important because we're going to need thousands and thousands of megawatts of solar during this energy transition. And people are already concerned that they don't want to lose their farmlands. So it's really important that communities accept solar, and that it is a way that communities benefit beyond just the landowner making money, that local businesses in the area also benefit, that the farmers are helped by pollinators, that shepherds get a benefit, that the soil improves. So this is, for us, this is just such a great way to bring in these other benefits and put people and planet at the center of our planning. That's really, I got excited about it and started talking to other people, and it was so fortunate that Carrie was interested in this and that we have the American Solar Grazing Association. I was just thrilled that Lexie had started this fantastic organization. I'm going to turn it back to Carrie right now and ask you please to tell us, what is the Commonwealth's interest in this idea and how does it fit with what Virginia's doing?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I think you touched on a lot of the topics in terms of making solar really a great application in any locality, and addressing some of the community's concerns that may be coming from the agricultural industry in terms of the loss of those lands and the potential impacts that has when you pull agriculture out of the system, how that impacts the microeconomies around that system in terms of how it's impacting the local farm feed stores and other economic contributors to the agricultural industry. And so we're looking across the board at the whole system, and how do we ensure that we can meet our mid-century clean energy goals. That is a legal mandate for us to implement solar energy across the Commonwealth to reduce our climate impacts and to create economic benefits across the board. And I am working on our local resources in terms of how we can provide localities with the best sets of information that they can review when they're reviewing local applications for solar permits. And through the Soul Smart program, again, we kind of look across the board around comprehensive planning and zoning and ordinances, and understand that there are challenges, but I think these are all things that we can overcome. In terms of the state energy office's role, we're in a great position to tap into some of those research and development, research and innovation grants that may be coming forward from the Department of Energy or other offices at the federal level, and in turn working with our higher education universities to really create pilot programs to potentially help launch some of these demonstration sites so that we can dispel some of the mythology. We can really test some of the questions that may be a concern. We can really, make it clear that having sheep on a site is very different than maybe some person's conception around what a goat might do around, chewing on wires and those kinds of things. So these are very different applications, and it may be obvious to some, but it may be very confusing to others, and there may be sort of misunderstanding. So we want to be able to provide that type of information in ways that both localities, solar developers, utilities, people can have access to the information and understand the key benefits and how it's going to help us meet our mid-century goals. I know there are a lot of questions around the tax status or other types of questions, and we can help play a role in deciphering what's what and creating those packets of information to answer those questions and not have concern or confusion around that topic.
I hadn't even thought about tax implications, so that's getting in deep. So we are fortunate to have Lexie Hain here, who's the executive director of the American Solar Grazing Association. And Lexie, I think you'll be able to tell us, how does this work?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Ivy. I have some slides also. Is this the time for slides so I could show people?
Yes.
Yeah, so a few years ago, I figured out that this was actually a thing that worked, because in North Carolina, just to your south, people have been solar grazing, and people, I actually attended a training recommended by North Carolina State Extension for people interested in solar grazing. And so just letting you, your state just to your south is where I learned about it, because they have the second most ground mounted solar in the United States. So I really owe credit to them, because I was a farmer in upstate New York who had sold my horticultural business. I support renewable energy. I'd been doing work in that space as well, but largely as a volunteer. And I was looking for an opportunity. And my farm here is located near Cornell University. Cornell is a land grant institution, and Cornell was building out solar. So me and several other people who were largely farmers, but also some researchers, decided to found this not-for-profit together. And it turns out it's taken off, but I'm here to just help this audience understand a little bit of the mechanics of how it works, and why it's actually reasonably important to understand that, because this is something where these two industries, agriculture and the renewable energy industry, really, have a great opportunity to work together, a remarkable opportunity. So these photos are all photos that I have either taken or had taken, largely in upstate New York. So just a sense of, the scale. These are typical ground-mounted photovoltaics. The picture on the left, these are some of my spring lambs headed out to pasture. And the picture on the right, those are some adult Texels, and they're actually kind of parading through the site at a site near Albany, New York. So what we have, solar grazing, we define as grazing livestock to manage the vegetation at solar arrays, but it can be a lot more than that. Could you show the next slide? And the 4 key points for this audience and sort of why sheep at solar are, the first is, the sheep have a bunch of those compatible behaviors. As Carrie was referencing, goats might be very, very sweet animals and very curious, but some parts of their personality are simply not compatible with solar infrastructure. So sheep both have the right temperament and the right behaviors, and also they fit. Here you can see on the left a ewe kind of delighted in the shade of the mid-afternoon. So what you see is that the animals actually improve their welfare and well-being by selecting for the most comfortable parts of the solar as the days pass. The second thing would be managed grazing, and it keeps the sun on the panels. Now, managed grazing, there are a lot of people with great grazing expertise. Some of them work for NRCS, one of your USDA agencies. There are private grazing consultants, but managed grazing is a kind of grazing where there's control over the system and there's planning. Everyone needs this. They need it to be able to figure out how many sheep you need in a certain part of the solar array at a certain time. But you also need it so that if you're a farmer like me, I know how many sheep I'm going to put out in a certain paddock at a certain time. So what it does is it gives the system some control, and it kind of reassures also your solar company partners that this is something that you have the mechanics worked out, so this works. Third, a really neat part about this, and some of this ties to conservation grazing, is that really unlike a system that might be managed by landscapers, you really can do things to set goals and then improve biodiversity when you're using this system. So there's a whole field there, and I understand you did pollinators yesterday, but all of these systems can work together if you set those goals for land management. Fourth, farmer partnerships. Why do you think I spent all this time talking about this? Because it really is a wonderful opportunity for farmers if this is all done right. And farmers, especially those with livestock experience or those looking to diversify their operations, have this unique opportunity to participate in this clean energy movement. Next slide. And to be clear about that, this is a paid fee-for-service operation that we generally recommend, and we have a lot of resources on our website to help people understand why that is. Just to give you a lens on where solar grazing is occurring, it tends to overlap with where the solar build-out is. So those are those blue states in 2020. And in terms of those pink states, those are states that we have members in, or I've had conversations with people, and we are going to see more solar grazing in those states. What's interesting to me is I think we have, someone asked me yesterday, how many acres are in solar grazing in the United States? And I had to say, well, I think it's 12 to 15,000, I think. And so we do actually really need a funded study to really document this. What I can tell you is that certainly the rate of those acres is likely to increase substantially over the next few years if this is done right. But yes, I also show this map to show you that all climates, this can work. So Hawaii, there's actually a number of solar grazers, as well as now we see like Vermont, New York, or Oregon. Next slide. Something that the National Renewable Energy Lab is trying to classify, and these are their slides, are what are the other words in terms around dual use and co-location. So the ones that we see most commonly are on the top tier here. We have our solar grazing, we have our just pollinator friendly vegetation plantings and the work coming out of Fresh Energy around that. But what I also have a picture at the top I'm volunteering is the fact that especially apiaries, solar grazing, and ground mounted PV all come together. We in fact are working to produce a solar beekeeping contract to help people understand those mechanics. The bottom row are all things that are coming in from Europe. They're coming in from research universities in the United States, but I expect to see them working out in the next few years. But there are some exciting innovations in agrivoltaics. I just haven't seen any of those scaled yet, but I'm sure we will. Next slide. So how do you connect if you're a farmer and you want to talk to the energy firms? Or you have a grazing business and you think, I'm going to do this. So one thing is that we have an app and we have a map, and we are trying to get people to use that, because I understand it can be tricky to connect those two sets of individuals. It can be a process, and we're trying to simplify that process. So we want people to understand this is a legitimate business opportunity, and the solar firms want to know who the right people are to contact when they are planning a project, and conversely, the farmers. Next slide. This slide has a lot of words. What I really am trying to say here is, when projects are being built, and if you're a farmer, how to reach out to that solar company. And the key message is, during that permitting process, there is typically a public face of that permitting process. That's your big opening. I myself recommend the ribbon cutting ceremonies. Go ahead and introduce yourself and bring your card. Invite people back to your farm. And then I know also you can reach out to DMME about this. Thank you. Next slide. So another thing Carrie pointed out that I really agree with is, here we have some examples of improvements to solar sites to promote solar grazing. You know, we have the water, which I recommend. We have interior paddock fencing. One thing you'll notice that might look familiar to you is that these are some of the same materials you'll be using if it were my own farm. So in terms of investment, one thing that solar grazing really offers is that if you do this right, here we are, we have investment and buying from those same supply chains in these rural towns. We also have the fact that in the winter, the sheep need to go somewhere. They need to eat, they need housing. I have tractors here at the farm. I have a winter feed bills. So that rural fabric, that rural economic fabric is really meshed more tightly together when you support this practice. I will also note in the case of these slides that the solar firm invested in these infrastructure improvements. So one thing to say is, when that happens, and I would love to see solar firms, encouraged to do this and perhaps rewarded for that, some kind of financial incentives or some other incentive, less work falls on the back of the farmer. That farmer doesn't have to haul water to their sheep. Next slide. This is, again, these are actually mostly pictures of flocks in New York and Pennsylvania moving around within the solar sites and from site to site. Again, what you see is that you have to have the infrastructure as a farmer to make those mechanics happen. You need a herding dog, you need trucks and trailers, you need portable handling systems. This is all very similar to targeted grazing operations many of you might know of in the West, things used for fire control and invasive species control. Next slide. So a couple areas just to get the audience excited and think, be thoughtful. Here are pictures of one of our member grazers making hay on their solar site as one of the other vegetation management strategies. They are lucky that their site is both terrain-wise, it's very flat, but also just it was built in a way that allows for haymaking. That offsets their winter feed bill, and it also means that grazing management has a powerful tool to achieve the goals of their contract. So I just mentioned that that's something I haven't seen a lot of attention to, but I'd love to see more innovation there. And again, I'd love to see developers encouraged to facilitate that. Next slide. So as a sheep producer, there are some changes you might want to think about. I classified 3 different systems here of what producers do to accommodate solar grazing. Some lamb on site. These typically are people in northern states. You can see also sometimes accidents happen, which is the lovely lamb on the top left. Second is winter lambing. A bunch of producers are also lambing, have shifted their lambing schedule towards a December through March schedule. And that way you've weaned your lambs and you've sent them out in the spring. And then lastly, you're not lambing at all. You participate in the supply chain by simply buying in lambs in the spring from some other producer, or you're buying in ewes from someone else, or even leasing them. So a lot of innovation happening in this space and people trying to crack the nut a different way. One more slide. And this is also just another one of our members who operates in the Midwest and South. I think he covers 11 states right now, and he manages utility scale solar sites with Grazing. It's a family farm owned and operated. They participate with Savory Institute and their standards for land regeneration. And just wanted to kind of leave off with saying that this for their family, this is their full-time bread and butter. And they've just pointing it out as an example of a wonderful innovator who's one of our members. And then lastly, just how to reach us. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Lexie. This stuff is so cool. I love watching it. I don't have sheep. I don't have a farm, but but virtually, I get very excited. We're going to turn it over to Dr. Arjun Makhijani, who's the president of the Institute for Energy and Environmental Research and the author of a new report on the value of solar to Maryland farmers, including the benefits of agrivoltaics. So Arjun, if you are able to get on, I know you've got a little instability in your video there. Okay, take it away. Please tell us more about your work.
You're not going to be able to see me. I'll turn my video on at the end. I'm leaving it off,
okay,
so it won't be interrupted. Kelsey, will you please share my slides? I'm an electrical engineer. I kind of backed into this whole thing, looking at land use for renewable energy and conventional energy, and found this wonderful area to work in. And I took an unusual point of view. I took the point of view that I'm not going to look at solar siting. I'm going to look at it purely from a farm economic point of view and see if it would work. Of course, it has to work for the solar people also. So I'm with the Institute for Energy and Environmental Research. You have my email address there. Next slide. So I'm looking at will this work economically for farmers? So I did a number of different case studies. So here's a 1,000-acre corn farm. These are all numbers are specific to Maryland. Much of this particularly would apply to Virginia because it's on a large farm, and you could have utility scale solar or any scale solar, provided the solar economics work, and you could lease it for grazing sheep. So here a farmer has leased their land for 100 acres of their 1,000-acre farm for building solar, and they get a lease revenue. So on the right, you have net profit from from a corn soy rotation. In a good year and a bad year for corn prices, I haven't taken 2020. These are before 2020 prices. And on the left, you have profits that are roughly double the profits. It's not just your profits double, they're resilient profits. So half of the profits in this case, you don't have to go to the bank to borrow money. You just go to the bank to deposit the money. Because it's lease revenues from a pretty stable electricity selling operation. Next slide. So of course, a lot of the profit from solar for the farmer will depend on the lease revenue. So I did a little sensitivity test. So your lease revenues typically could be $500 to $2,000 an acre. But you see in all cases, even in the case where the lease is $500 an acre, you have about a 50% increase in profit relative to no solar. And that 50%, so the advantage of resilient profits is not only that you have more money, but in bad years or very bad years, you could still stay in business. So this is the marriage of solar and agriculture can actually help stabilize family farms and keep them in business. So this is a very exciting part of it. It can also keep it from urban development because the pressure, when you're having a bad year, the pressure to sell is great. Next slide. In Maryland, we also have net metering for farmers. So farmers can install solar on their land up to 2 megawatts and sell electricity to other nonprofits, governments, or farmers. So here I have an example of a little over 5% of the land on a 300-acre dairy operation. So 5.3% of the land, but they sell their electricity at a discount, just a small discount from retail to make it attractive for getting a long-term contract. They actually go to the bank and get a loan to build their own solar. They can get a loan if they get a contract, say with a state university in advance, so they have an assured revenue stream. This is borrowing at commercial rates. And so you can see that on the right, you have milk-only profits, and these are numbers from University of Maryland Extension for the farming part of the profits. And so it depends on what utility area you're in now, because you're selling electricity at retail and you have to take into account their rates. You can see that even while you're paying off the loan, you have more profit from this net metering system than just from milk. After you've paid off the loan, after 15 years, I assume, your profits will jump greatly, and you can send your kids to college on the solar profits. Next slide. Or buy a new tractor or put it in your retirement account. So the key to economics is the value of commodity corn is about $1,000 an acre, and often it's a lot less. The value of electricity at acre at retail, this is gross revenue, is $25,000 to $30,000 an acre. It might be a little less in Virginia. So you can double your profits or more and have resilient profits. Next slide. I'll show you two slides. So this is a vertical arrangement where you can do more different types of agriculture. Lexie alluded to this, but this needs to be piloted and demonstrated in the United States. And I'm talking with a German company whose slide this is, nexttosun.de, to do a pilot in Maryland. And I think it might be very interesting for Virginia also. Next slide. You've seen a lot of sheep with Lexie's slides. What I want to emphasize here is if you have 100 acres in solar, it really is can be almost all be used for agriculture, because the construction footprint of solar is very small, 2% or less of the installation. So you say when you need 1,000 acres for, so many megawatts of solar, it really is only 10 to 20 acres of that is construction footprint. So more than 950 acres can be used for grazing or other agricultural purposes. Next slide. So you've heard, you can actually increase carbon sequestration and soil health and so on. You've heard about this. This is an actual study of Midwestern solar systems, 30 of them. Next. So I tried to put solar in perspective for Maryland farmland. They say, how much farmland is going to be used, the food production will suffer. Of course, here we're talking about food production. So we have about 2 million acres of farmland in Maryland. About 1.4 million is in cropland. So if you have 100% renewable electricity system with electric vehicles and so on, and half of that is solar and half of the solar is on farmland. So that's the scenario here. You'd need, so 25% of all electricity in an all renewable system, you'd need 80,000 acres, or about 4% of Maryland farmland. Of that, the construction footprint, that bar is hardly visible, about 1,600 acres. And for perspective, Maryland lost over 100,000 acres to development in the 15 years from 2001 to 16. By development, I mean urban and ex-urban development. And I think the next is the last slide. Yeah, so here are the conclusions. You can strengthen your farm profits, improve soil health, diversify food production, strengthen rural communities. I'll put up my report URL in the chat so you can download it, and all of these things are, and provide opportunities for economic justice. The bill that just passed, the stimulus bill, there's been a lot of discussion of Black and Indigenous farmers. Here, you don't have to buy the land. You get paid to use the land if you're grazing. And so that's a very, very important opportunity that we should see. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjun. I think that reminder that only 2% of the footprint of a solar project is really the solar, right? So that's what we're talking about, is how do we best use the other 98%? And
right. And one thing I didn't say is I do advocate that at the end of the solar generation, there should be complete decommissioning. So when I did the economics, I took the cost of decommissioning into account. So the net profit is net of the decommissioning cost.
all right. So we also have with us Dr. Lee Daniels, who's a professor of environmental soil science in the School of Plant and Environmental Sciences at Virginia Tech. He's been doing research on the effects of solar on soils, and is going to talk to us a little bit about his work. So I will turn it over to you, Lee.
So thanks much. I want to make sure folks can see my screen here. Is that true?
Yep, you're in.
Okay. Hi, I'm going to talk a little bit about soils. I'm actually standing in for John Ignash, who is a biosystems engineer with us at Virginia Tech, who's been really organizing what we've been doing for the past year. And the first slide here is John's, and it's just sort of announcing the fact that we have about 15 faculty here at the university who've been really sort of coalesced with John's leadership in the past year to look at a range of topics associated particularly with utility scale solar issues. We've had a couple seminars so far. This has been funded by the college and the university, so we're actually getting operating dollars out of this now, which is great. So we're focused on it. And the important point here is I just want to point out that at the bottom of the screen here, you can see all of the units involved. And I can assure you, this is a big issue for us. We're really looking at this and focusing on this and trying to interface both with the consulting industries out there and others involved at scale with this. And that if folks want to get into or involved with this, if they will email me or email John, we'll be glad to involve you in it. And on the right-hand side, if you see here sort of an empty blackboard that says priorities, that's because we're still trying to figure these things out in terms of what we're really going to focus on. We know some obvious issues, which we've obviously talked about here, but we just started with this. We just got this funded and set up with our college here this month. So then we're here. I'm happy about this. And we are Virginia's land grant university, and it's obviously something we should be actively involved in. All right, let me get the changing here. The other project that is just getting off the ground is run by Dr. Ron Myers. This is actually being funded and supported out of our the Coastal Studies Center. And you can see here on the right-hand side some of the folks who are involved, but their focus really is looking at this intersection between land development or conversion to utility solar versus habitat, particularly avian fauna issues, and policy. And so you can see the people who are involved with this. I'm not deeply involved with this one, but another person named John Fike is, and John Ignash is. And so it's just another example of the fact that we are focusing here at the university and trying to look from a statewide perspective at what's the intersection of issues when we start taking literally tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of acres into what might be seen as land use conversion, but then what are the actual habitat issues and other biodiversity issues and local policy issues and regulatory policies issues with that. So that's a real quick one there. I really enjoyed the earlier presentation on sheep. And I know that sheep was our topic here. I do want to point out we have a fellow named John Fike, who is a forage specialist in our school, the School of Plant and Environmental Sciences. John, it turns out, John and a PhD student of his named Gabe Pent, who is still working with us, not working in solar, but working in systems called agroforestry, years ago started looking at what are the benefits of shade to sheep production facilities, and what are the offsets between, and this is the example on the right-hand side, which is at our Kentland Research Farm, when you interplant agroforestry systems with sheep and forage management systems. And do we get happy sheep or not? Let me put it that way. And do they gain weight? And the answer is yes, they do. But there's obviously going to be an offset between the fact that you're shading out a certain level of the forage productivity of your system. And so that's what John has worked on. And so here's to some of his slides, and you can get lost in his data here. If you contact me, I'll be glad to get you in touch with John. But basically what you find is that depending on the system and how it's set up, you may or may not actually reduce forage yield, but you definitely, by providing the shading, you will get higher yield in the sheep and lambs. And it's really a management issue, like was talked about earlier. In an agroforestry model, you're actually gaining income from, at some point in time, a forest product as well. Obviously, in a solar farm, a management environment, you're offsetting forage management, sheep, and selling energy. But John's work and Gabe Pence's work is directly related to this. We're very interested in this overall and looking at how do you combine the infrastructure, particularly of these larger scale solar arrays, with various types of forage and silvo management systems. Finally, I'm a soil scientist. I'm a dirt guy is what I do. Okay. And my interest for the past year, and I've been getting a lot of phone calls and Dan, a lot of emails on this. I have worked for 40 years on mineland reclamation, highway corridor work, urban reclamation. And I've been getting a lot of questions about, okay, as we, take a given piece of property, 20 acres, 30 acres, sometimes 2,000 acres, we take it out of its existing land use and whatever its existing level of agricultural productivity is, what are going to be the management issues and the remediation issues. And all I can say is, regardless of what system you ever look at in the world, it doesn't matter where you are, the dominant issue you're going to deal with is soil compaction. And even in these solar farm installations, you can't install infrastructure at this level and not have issues with compaction at some level. And so we just need to understand that. Can also say I've been fielding a lot of questions and dealing with what is the net effect of having X amount of the area under panels in terms of how we're estimating stormwater runoff. And to what extent we deal with those as pervious or impervious, and how that affects the size of stormwater basins and other regulatory constraints, particularly within the Chesapeake Bay watershed, is an active question that obviously influences both state oversight and particularly local oversight, particularly where we're dealing with, a conditional zoning. So I'm going to leave that alone, just saying that there are questions out there, and I will go on. Finally, when we do the process of just installing the infrastructure, we're going to dig down, generally expose subsoils. Subsoils in Virginia are generally acidic and need lime and fertilizer. And if we don't do a really good job of saving topsoil and getting it back on those areas effectively, we have productivity problems with it. And in a few limited areas, fortunately not many to my knowledge with solar farming yet, we do have a particularly nasty condition in Virginia called acid sulfate soils. And if you dig down deep enough and bring those materials up to the surface, your liming rates go up by a factor of 10 And if those materials are in direct contact with your infrastructure, particularly galvanized and metal, their lifetime, which you're thinking is 25 or 30 years, is probably going to be 2 or 3 years. So there are issues with those materials at this point in time, from what I can tell, fairly limited. And the final question, which Arjun actually spoke to earlier, is the whole concept in the zoning on these sites is assuming that in 25 or 30 years, we're going to go in there, pull out all this infrastructure, and then presumably rehabilitate it or restore it back into some similar level of productivity. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it's not doable. And in fact, we certainly advocate that you are going to co-manage the majority of these areas over time in hopefully some productive level of agriculture. But those areas that are direct cut and fill are going to take some level of rehabilitation. And I've worked on this now, like I said, for almost 40 years. And our best evidence is where you do have significant disturbance in direct cut and fill, you're probably looking at a best return level of maybe 85% or more, or less, let me put it that way. If we get 85, 90%, we're doing well. And I will stop at that point.
Thank you. I think that's we're going to be interested in seeing how that research goes, these pilot projects. But I would also hope that if you are doing pollinator plantings and having sheep management with sheep fertilizing your vegetation, that we get improved soil over time and maybe come out at the end of the project better than you would if you weren't doing this, right?
Yeah, and I'm gonna cut us off there. I know we're running the clock. We have so many more questions and things that we could be talking about on this topic. We'll certainly try to help facilitate some of those maybe in the Q&A later today. But I want to leave one nugget for the solar developers who are listening in and kind of tie it back to the benefit to the solar developers around offsetting those long-term operations and maintenance costs that may be more conventional models around, taking mowers out and, kind of doing that conventional model. So we can really offset those costs. I think this can be more economically beneficial to the solar developer and to the utility who's actually operating that facility in many cases over the life of the project. So thank you so much to all of the presenters, to Ivy for doing a great job of facilitating, and to all of the researchers. This is really juicy stuff, and I look forward to reading all the reports and participating going forward.
Thank you, Carrie. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Yeah, terrific. Carrie, Lexie, Ivy, Dr. Daniels, Dr. Makhijani, just the best stuff in the world. We really need more of this. So especially, the solar panel standing up only using 2% of the land area of the site, leaving 98% for the sheep, shade plants, and potentially mushrooms. I think, this is the future. So, and we saw a question in the chat just before I get to the next session about, what do we do in 20 or 30 years? And I think Ivy brought up a really good point too. I grew up in farmland, and it wouldn't be maybe a bad idea to put some land into fallow use. And these are really just long-term interim uses, by Mother Earth's clock, this is nothing, so yeah, we'll give it a rest and put the bees, butterflies, and sheeps to work. Thank you so much, guys. Really, really great stuff. And we're really happy that this panel in particular could start our substantive program off so strong. All their presentations will be shared. You can keep the questions firing. We'll be coming back to that both later in the day in the expert wraps at the end, but also we'll be producing all the questions and answers in the knowledge binder that will go out as takeaway next week. So thank you all. I know this group too, they have some bonus slides and other things in their materials, and we really look forward to that. So without further ado, we've stolen some minutes, but don't worry, just to reset, We have a soft break coming up after our the first part of our AM program. So we'll have a few minutes for bonus Q&A with the following group as well. And we're really happy to bring them up bright and early. Thank you for hanging with us. If you were up early, you missed or if you didn't get up early, you missed a great keynote. But of course, we are live streaming on YouTube. You'll be able to wind it back and catch all the great content so far at the 2021 Virginia Solar Summit. And now we're going to turn to, we just kind of saw some of the best and what's possible. And I think we're turning to, it's not the worst, but for me, it's one of the bottleneck issues. We're in the background of all this, we're talking about power, we're talking about people and government programs and policy, but we need our people. And this is a jobs thing. And you can't have a boom without people. There's no robots to go do this work, at least not yet. So if we're serious about making this happen in the short term, we've got to really start taking solar jobs seriously. And that's what our next group is up for. We've got, let's see if I can find our people here. Miss Chelsea Barnes stepping into the chat, Mr. Tony Smith, Matt McFadden, Kris Westover. Hello, look at these beautiful people. They're doing very important work. Chelsea, as you know, is with Appalachian Voices, who we're proud to have on as a co-host, who's really helped us produce this event in the background, is doing a lot of important work in this area, in the region. Tony and Matt are from Secure Futures, and Kris is from MEC. And help me out, guys. Who's going first? How are we doing this today? How is everybody? Can you hear me, and can we hear you? Good morning.
I'll be happy to lead off. Good morning, Dan.
Hey, how are you?
It was great to follow this session on sheep to lift the wool from our eyes.
We appreciate all the puns, and I've enjoyed meeting Tony a little bit. We had a lovely pre-call, and I'm really looking forward to your remarks, Tony. So take it away. Please show us what you got.
Yeah, and Natalie's going to run the slides.
Can you all see it?
There we go. Yeah,
Okay.
that's great.
Perfect.
Thank you, Natalie.
Thanks, guys.
Well, our presentation is about customer-driven workforce development, as you can see from the title. And basically, our theme is no customers, no jobs, or a more positive outlook, develop the customers and we'll create more jobs. So this is a presentation that brings together Secure Futures, Appalachian Voices, the Solar Work Group of Southwest Virginia, and Mountain Empire Community College. Next slide, please. So what we're intending to cover this morning is just a little bit about the history behind this approach and this collaborative initiative, which started with a request for qualifications from the Solar Work Group, talking about the RFQ goals, some policy results that came from it, business development strategies that lead to BOOM, and Matt will explain what BOOM means, and then workforce development perspective from Mountain Empire Community College, how then we're linking jobs with customers, the timeline, and something about the Clean Jobs Fairs planned for the future. Next slide, please. And with this, it's my pleasure to introduce you to Chelsea Barnes, who's the force behind Appalachian Voices. Chelsea?
Thanks, Tony. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chelsea Barnes. I'm the New Economy Program Manager for Appalachian Voices. I'm based in Wise County, Virginia, down in the Coalfield region. Next slide, please. And just as background is how we got to this program that we're talking about today. The Solar Work Group of Southwest Virginia has been around since about 2016, so going on 5 years now, and it's really the result of community interest in solar and people wanting to see solar as an economic driver in the region as the Coalfield region transitions away from coal. So that interest turned into the Solar Work Group of Southwest Virginia, which is co-convened by University College at Wise, Appalachian Voices, and People Incorporated. But we also have a lot of support from our friends at DMME, lots of local government official involvement in the area, stakeholders in the area, businesses, nonprofits, and support from Southern Environmental Law Center as well. So this group is really driving solar energy development in the Coalfield region. Next slide, please. The work group has 4 main goals. One is to develop solar energy sites throughout the region. The second is to expand education and outreach. The third, growing workforce development opportunities in the region related to solar energy and the supply chain. And the fourth, to promote policy changes that will help grow the solar industry in Southwest Virginia. So over the years, we had, been working on these efforts, doing a lot of education and outreach, but finding that the policy challenges specific to Southwest Virginia and also statewide policy challenges were really standing in the way of both building out solar projects and growing the workforce opportunities that come with that build out of the solar projects. Next slide. So one of the ways that we had gone about trying to get projects built in the region is we had, on the commercial scale, we had issued 2 requests for proposals seeking solar development partners to help us build out projects. And the way that we went about this is we would find interested commercial scale customers in the region, group them together in a group purchase program, and seek a solar installer, seek bids on for somebody to build out all of those projects. This really exposed the policy challenges in Southwest Virginia. We did have bidders come in and tried to collaborate with those developers to get projects built, but every step of the way, we would hit a policy barrier or a regulatory barrier. So we did that twice in 2018 and 2019. I won't say that we were unsuccessful because we are still working as hard as we can to get those projects built, but 2020 really changed the way, changed the landscape for us. There were so many policy changes that really opened up opportunities for us. And with that those new policy changes in place and the experiences that we had in the difficulties in getting projects built before, we went a different route in 2020. And instead we issued a request for qualifications where we sought a partner that could help work with us on all 4 of those goals I mentioned. So not just finding a partner to build projects, but finding a partner who could help us tackle the workforce development challenge and help us tackle the policy challenges and help us with education and outreach as well. So the RFQ that we issued really just sought qualifications, looking for somebody with experience in solar installations in the area, demonstrated policy understanding, and experience in training workforce. Next slide. I will hand it over to Tony.
You got you on mute, Tony. Hit that button, my friend.
Sorry. Thank you, Dan.
You got it.
Right. So we can, I'm the president and founder of Secure Futures, and we started in 2010, starting to develop solar, and we ran into heavy artillery fire from utility companies. So we've learned the hard way that addressing policy changes and the regulatory environment and utility opposition is a key to not only surviving, but hopefully thriving in the solar arena. So next slide, please. We began in 2010 with a project with Eastern Mennonite University and essentially spent a good 12 months negotiating with them on net metering and allowing power purchase agreements. We went on to the next project with Washington and Lee University, where we were halfway constructing that project when we got our first of 2 cease and desist letters from Dominion. And so we learned very quickly that working with or negotiating with or legislating for the utilities is an essential part of solar development. Now, it so happens that Southwest Virginia represents, we used to call Virginia the dark state of solar, the Dominion of Virginia, the dark state, because so little solar was being developed in Virginia. Today, Virginia is the 4th most active solar state in the country, largely because of legislative and regulatory changes. What's unique about Southwest Virginia, it's the heart of coal country in Virginia, and you have the perfect storm of 3 utility companies that are all racing against each other to oppose solar. Powell Creek Co-op, the Old Dominion Power, and APCO. It's a perfect storm. So we decided that we would gladly and enthusiastically respond to the RFQ because we love challenges and we thought we could bring our experience in helping to initiate legislation at the statewide level to Southwest Virginia. So we had several goals, one of which was and remains development goals to develop 5 ambassador sites, that is sites in among the 7 coalfield counties that would stand out as singular significant solar projects with schools or municipalities. And by 2023, develop at least 10 megawatts of solar. Likewise, we had policy goals to overcome the utility barriers to solar and start with negotiating, but if that fails, then legislate. And we have done both so far in the first few months of our partnership with the Southwest Collaborative. And finally, and as importantly, is the workforce development goal is to create a pipeline of customers, create a demand pull for job creation, work collaboratively with Mountain Empire Community College for the training, and offer paid apprenticeships and jobs in the community. So that's what our ambitious goals have been, and we've made some progress to date. If you'll turn to the next slide. So our results to date, in partnership with Appalachian Voices, we retained a lobbyist and have succeeded in getting legislation passed. Senate Bill 1420, not only passed, but passed unanimously in both the House and the Senate in Virginia. That makes it possible for non-jurisdictional customers such as schools, municipalities, and other government entities to enjoy the same benefits of solar power purchase agreements as all other customers. That was a major breakthrough. So that's now on the books and will become effective July 1st. The impact will be felt most forcefully in both APCO and Old Dominion Power territories for non-jurisdictional customers. We're mindful of the fact that there's more work to be done, and we've already started to build an agenda for the next legislative session to work further on defining net metering so that it benefits non-jurisdictional customers, and to offer the opportunities for shared solar for APCO and the other electric co-ops. So next slide, please. So in terms of business development strategy, our first step was to establish a local business called Lonesome Pine Solar, and it's led by a local leader who lives and works in the region. His name is Skip Skinner. He was an economic development director for a multi-county quasi-governmental entity with a lot of contacts. We had worked with Skip many years ago when we tried to get solar done at Wise County. And we, our biggest play to date has been to recruit, hire, train, and support a star player in Wise County. His name is Matt McFadden. You're going to hear from him. He serves as our business development associate for Southwest Virginia. And Matt brings with him an intimate knowledge of coal culture and the communities, the Coalfield communities, because his family has grown. His family of several generations has lived and worked in the area. And the purpose is to, Matt's purpose is to develop customers, and we will follow with providing financing and boom, build, own, operate, and maintain these solar arrays at no capital cost for the customers, no operating risk, and no maintenance cost. And through all this process, create a demand pull for workforce development, and in partnership with MECC, provide training, hire the graduates of MECC's energy program, and involve them in building the arrays for these commercial customers. Next slide, please. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Matt.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? My name is Matthew McFadden, and I'm the Business Development Associate for Secure Futures in Southwest Virginia, as Tony mentioned. Next slide, please. I grew up in the mountains and coal camps of Southwest Virginia. And to be straightforward with you, I love the people here. I love the mountains. I love our culture. We've had a significant pullout of coal companies and other businesses over the past 10 to 12 years, and it's hit our region hard. A lot of folks had to take lower paying jobs, go back to school, or even move out of the area. So hearing that Secure Futures wanted to develop jobs in the region just inspired me. And I want to make the area better. And so I joined Secure Futures with the intention to develop those projects and a locally based workforce. I've got over 15 years experience in sales, project management, and training. And I also attended Mountain Empire Community College, who we're partnered with. Next slide. So our focus as an organization is in the commercial, industrial, government, and school spaces. We're working with school districts, universities, lumber mills, equipment manufacturers, and nonprofits, healthcare, and quite a few more. Next slide. So business development in Southwest Virginia is a little bit different than most areas. We don't have energy managers in our schools. Everything's a little bit more close-knit. So it's not as easy as, say, cold calling a school district or a business and making your sales pitch. We still do make those cold calls, but there's a little bit more to it. So we're partnered with groups like Appalachian Voices, Mountain Empire Community College, and the Solar Work Group of SWVA, as you guys have heard. And in a lot of cases, my personal connections to the region, introductions from folks in the previously mentioned groups, and others are what gets us in the door, gives us legitimacy, and separates us from some of the national competitors that may call on these companies and government organizations. In addition to this, we're also engaging regularly in shared webinars, blog posts, and news articles. Next slide. So during our initial outreach, we've created a pipeline of business with around 6.5 megawatts via letters of intent so far. So over the past 3 or 4 months, we've had a great run, and we're actually gaining a lot of traction in the area. The customer types in our pipeline range from local rescue squads to schools, water treatment plants, and large manufacturers. Next slide. So the initial expansion into my area does have its challenges. False ads about getting solar for nothing and getting paid to put it on your house or business, they're plentiful on social media and in email campaigns. Awareness of solar in the region is in its infancy. So education is paramount here. There's a little bit of false expectations. You know, solar is too expensive, it doesn't work, power companies won't allow a connection, among many others. There are also initial power allotments for solar pilot programs in the area. And this is with the utility companies. That does limit the amount of solar able to be installed, but you know, like Tony says, we're working with App Voices, other folks to develop legislation to change these things. We're overcoming these challenges. And along with the policies that are in place right now and we have passed, we're persevering in the face of these obstacles. Next slide. All right, before I pass it over to Dr. Westover, just want to say, you know, solar in Southwest Virginia is an open book of opportunities. There are enough potential projects in the region to support a large workforce, and over time, we will develop many of these and create that workforce. I look forward to our company helping transfer the region from the jobs of the old energy production methods of coal to renewable and environmentally responsible options. And with that, I'll pass it over to Dr. Kris Westover of MECC.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning. Can everybody hear me all right? All right. I had a little trouble with this last night. I'm Kris Westover. I'm the president of community college. I've served in this role since about 2017. I'm in my 4th year. I came from Martinsville, Virginia, Patrick Henry Community College, and Martinsville, much like the Southwest a while ago, a little bit, probably in the late 90s, maybe even the late 80s, suffered a tremendous shift in the economy due to textile and the furniture industries kind of leaving the area, much like we've faced here in terms of the downturn in coal. So with that said, I love this area. I'm excited to be here. I love our college, and I'm excited to be a part of this solar work group and the solar projects with Secure Futures. I wanted to take a moment just to briefly share in 3 minutes with a video a little bit about our college, and I think it can probably be a little bit more succinct and a little bit more thorough in those 3 minutes than I could be talking to you. So can we get to the next slide, please? And I'm not sure, I think I'm going to need somebody to click this one for me, but I'll get this started. Just a little bit about MECC.
I will hand it over to Kelsey. I believe she will be presenting the video for us.
Okay.
Mountain Empire Community College has been providing post-secondary educational opportunities to the counties of Dickinson, Lee, Scott, Wise, and the city of Norton since 1972. MECC is an open access college, meaning that if you have a high school degree or equivalent, you are eligible to take college courses. MECC's mission is to provide our region with accessible quality higher education, workforce training, and community programs to ensure an educated population and a globally competitive workforce. MECC graduates have moved on to some tremendous careers. Thousands of MECC alumni are now all over the region, state, and country serving as doctors, nurses, lawyers, teachers, engineers, child care center operators, insurance and real estate agents, welders, respiratory therapists, writers, musicians, police officers, and many more prosperous and fulfilling careers, too numerous to mention. 28% of MECC students are first-generation college students. 40% are male, 60% are female. About 40% also attend full-time, while 60% attend part-time while working and handling other responsibilities. The average age of a MECC student is 25. 96% of full-time, first-time degree-seeking students receive financial aid at MECC. In fact, MECC consistently awards $7 million a year in aid and scholarships to students. MECC has multiple off-site locations and over 80 academic and workforce programs of study in online, hybrid, and traditional classroom formats. We have also been recognized by the Aspen Institute as one of the nation's top 150 colleges since 2018. MECC has the highest percentage of students who attend a Virginia community college and continue on to graduate from a four-year university on time. We offer Associate of Arts and Science degree programs designed to transfer to a university and build into a bachelor's degree in numerous career paths such as education, business software engineering, science, and pre-health professionals. Additionally, MECC offers applied science degrees and certificates designed to prepare a graduate for employment in numerous health science programs, such as nursing, respiratory therapy, emergency medical services, and more. MECC also offers credentials and degrees in hands-on technical programs such as administrative support technology, networking, computer-aided drafting and design, police science, environmental science, welding, power lineman, and more. To get started at MECC, simply head to our website at www.mecc.edu or give us a call at 276-523-2400 to connect with an advisor and discuss your educational options.
Thank you for that.
All right. Thanks.
That was actually the first time that we just put that together. That's the first time I've shown it publicly. And I thought it does a pretty good job in 3 minutes of kind of sharing just about MECC, who we are and what we do. Next slide, please. So I wanted to briefly share just a little bit about our workforce training, and particularly our energy program, and because that's the program that we're talking about when we're talking about workforce training in renewable energy and in solar technology. We started an energy, or kind of revamped our energy technology program about a decade ago. It was very much geared toward HVAC and electricity, and we kind of revamped that with the help of our lead faculty instructor, Mr. Bryce Schuler, and added a whole lot more solar to the curriculum. In fact, we added a specialization in solar installations to our curriculum, and what we found over the last 6 or 7 years is the students who would go through and achieve that certification and that credential oftentimes could not find work in the region. They would have to leave the region in order to be employed in solar energy. Just a little bit about those programs. We've kind of revamped that because we couldn't fully hold up a solar program on its own. So we have a specialization within our energy technology program that has two key components for solar energy. And the first one is our solar thermal active and passive technology course. And then the second really deals with solar power installations. So by the end of the first semester in the energy technology program, students can sit for their NCCER level 1 electrical certification. And then by the completion of their third semester, they can earn the Building Performance Institute level 1. We also have a power lineman program that somewhat kind of is a parallel program to our energy program. And I think that we've got some opportunities for solar installations with that group of our students too, in terms of workforce training. Next slide, please. One of the challenges that we've run into on campus is having opportunities for students to have hands-on solar installation opportunities. What we did was we created some of our own on campus. And so you're looking at 2 different facilities. We actually looked at trying to, along those same lines of putting solar on campus, we looked a few years ago into a solar array on a roof. And we went quite a distance down that path. It was a little bit before I got there, but I guess because we're part of the larger system, the Virginia Community College system, who, by the way, just put out their RFP for solar, but that was a long time coming. Because we were part of the state organization, larger system, BCOM, there were questions about the ballasts, about the instruction, the installation. There were also some real questions about whether it would be economically beneficial in terms of the power purchase agreement. At that time, as you heard, there was some competition within the electrical companies in the region, and we really could straight out purchase electricity for more than we could make the power purchase agreement work for us at that time. So we kind of abandoned that project, but we do have a few solar projects on campus. You're looking at 2 of them that students can get hands-on experience in installation. Next slide, please. And we also have a removable array on the bleachers of our former, it's kind of like a simulated roof, so students can get some opportunities there. And that's just a picture of our power alignment program as well. So what we discovered basically is that we somewhat got the cart before the horse in terms of training and workforce training, and created the credentials for a lot of students when there weren't work opportunities in the region. And so what happens when we do that then is the word quickly gets out that job opportunities are limited, or it's not necessarily a worthwhile workforce opportunity. And so we've had a decline in the number of students who have gone into that solar installation. We're working really hard to try and share with them the opportunities that are coming now that we do kind of have the horse and cart lined up a little bit better. And we've got good enrollment in our energy technology program. I think a lot of students are interested in solar. they're excited about the job opportunities and certainly excited about the installation opportunities in terms of apprenticeships and internships and hands-on experiences that they can get through installations within our regions. So that's kind of our role in the project, and we're excited to be a part of this and to move forward. I think that we've been excited about providing the training for a long time, and getting the alignment correct is pretty exciting. With that, I believe that's my last slide. Next slide, please. I just wanted to share a little bit more. I'm sorry about Bryce, our lead instructor in the energy technology field. There is a video here about Sparky. I wanted to share just a little about Sparky. Sparky is our mobile solar electronics unit. We take it to different functions. We have every year in October, the third weekend in October, we have what's called Homecraft Days, and we use Sparky to actually power some of our stages, to power some of the electronics and things that are outside during that activity, and some of the vendors. But it's an opportunity for students to also get hands-on experience in installation of solar. And there's a video on our MECC YouTube channel. I'm not going to show that now. It's about 3 minutes, but if you're interested, I just direct you to our MECC EDU channel on YouTube, and you can learn more about Sparky and our program. And with that, I'm not sure who I hand it back over to, if it's Chelsea or Tony.
Well, I think this is a good time if folks want to post their questions on the chat. Would be happy to engage with you in terms of what we're endeavoring to do in Southwest Virginia, as really demonstrating how through a demand and pull approach of developing customers, we can in fact create well-paying jobs in coal communities. And that is number one objective. We see this as an opportunity to take this kind of message throughout Appalachia, which has been hard hit by the decline in the coal economy. And we're mindful of the fact that there are a lot of myths about how renewable energy has caused the decline of the coal economy. That nothing is further from the truth. And so that's what part of what Matt alluded to in his one of his slides about the myths that surround solar. Matt, what other kinds of myths have you encountered?
You know, to be honest, it's kind of all over the place. Everything from, like I said, education-wise, the sun doesn't shine as much here as it does in California, is one. You know, I don't have enough roof space when I own a grocery store. You know, they think it takes fields and fields of solar. So, you know, educating folks around here is going to be a big deal, and getting in front of them. And I think once we get a couple projects actually installed, I think that you'll see a lot of education come that way. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I'll just say that I don't think those myths are unique to Southwest Virginia. I think they're pretty common across the country, across the world.
What about it's too good to be true, this whole notion of a power purchase agreement where the customer doesn't have capital costs, no operating risk, no performance risk, and no maintenance costs?
That one has been a pretty hard one to overcome, believe it or not. You know, when we are presenting to folks, it almost comes off as, you know, like I was mentioning, some of those false advertisements, etc., that you'll find online. And you know, we're real about it. And if people give us a chance, we can explain how that power purchase agreement works, how we finance the solar, and how we give them the savings over the agreement.
Excellent. Hey, Chelsea, I'm wondering if we could just reflect on the unique partnership between a predominantly environmental nonprofit, a for-profit solar development company, and a community college system. There aren't too many of those around in terms of unique partnerships. I was wondering if you could reflect on that a little bit.
Well, I certainly won't say that there aren't any partnerships like ours, because I haven't checked every corner of the world. But
oh, I didn't say there weren't. I
know
that many.
Caveating, but yeah, I mean, it's certainly a new. We have obviously done some partnerships with solar developers, both on residential and commercial, and then kind of I'm speaking for Appalachian Voices as well as the Solar Work Group, have kind of done a handful of partnerships with solar developers, but not this, widespread partnership where we're involving an educational institution. And, I think that's what makes it pretty unique. And also the establishment of Lonesome Pines Solar in the region, I think is also I would say probably very unique opportunity.
What are your thoughts along those lines, Kris?
Gosh, I think it's certainly a unique opportunity. I agree really with Chelsea. I think I'm excited that Matt's here and kind of brings a boots on the ground. I hate to use that terminology, but for lack of a better one, kind of approach and grassroots effort to bring in more education and information sharing around solar projects. I know that even when I talk with on campus about like this new RFP that came out from the Virginia Community College system, and there are a lot of questions. There still, in this region, there are a lot of misunderstandings. There's a lot of misunderstanding about the value added. So I'm excited that we have Matt here, and I'm excited too that we're a part of this, because we do need to stay connected in terms of workforce training. One of the biggest challenges in workforce training for us is making sure that we're meeting the needs of our potential employers and meeting the needs of the region. And when you're kind of trying to build those at the same time, it's vital that you stay connected and stay communicating. And so I'm happy to have Matt here on the ground doing that as well.
Yeah, I'll second that. I'll say that we've faced a particular challenge in the Coalfield region, and that, the people here have seen industry come from outside the region and take everything of value and leave us with the ruins. And I think there's a lot of skepticism of outside businesses coming in, and in all sectors, not just in the energy sector, that there's a lot of value placed in the personal relationships and the personal contacts. And I think having Matt here doing the work on the ground is going to help him to go really far. It's a lot different than having someone drive from 6 hours away and try to do this work. So I think Matt's going to be very successful in his role because of those personal relationships that he has here.
Thank you.
Yeah, making it real for people is a big part of what we do. If you participated in the 2019 event, we got together in Richmond there at the History Museum. We even did some fun speed dating. We called the Solar Market Mixer, and sitting down and shaking hands and saying, "Oh, you're a real person." And it does sound too good to be true. And I think maybe a lot of everything we're talking about at the summit maybe sounds too good to be true. Wait, we're gonna restore the power producing legacy of some of our most important regions and save the bees and the butterflies at the same time. Pinch me. It's crazy. But Kris, you talked about maybe not as much buying or a drop off in some of your programs. I'm interested in following up about that. I would hope that amongst our young people, they understand. I tell young people all the time looking for a career, that they really only need one word, and it's solar.
And we've done that too. The challenge is right now solar has a real entrepreneurial piece to it. I feel at least in our region, and many of the students who go into that are interested in solar installations and interested in that technology and that as a career aren't necessarily entrepreneurial minded. They're thinking more in terms of, I want to go to work for somebody and have a steady position and know what my steady paycheck is. And I think that's been a challenge in our region to some degree, because we do kind of need those startups and some of those forward-thinking entrepreneurs to take some risks in terms of solar. So what has happened is, and I've seen this happen before. I actually saw this happen with IT when I was at Patrick Henry. In terms of Trade Act assistance, we trained a large number of students in early IT, and the jobs didn't come. Even though there were IT jobs in the country, they weren't coming to that region and they weren't there locally. And many of the students who come to a community college aren't interested in going away. They want to stay in their local region. They want jobs that keep them home and keep them here. So oftentimes, if they're looking to go somewhere else, they're not necessarily looking at these hands-on workforce programs. They're looking at transfer education and more professional trades. So we ended up training some folks and providing those solar installation certifications and those credentials, and then they didn't really have any way to put them to work in the way that they viewed that going. In terms of connecting with an employer and collecting a paycheck and having a steady 9 to 5 and not having to, travel in order to install and those types of things. So I think there was a little bit of disconnect just in terms of what we understood the future to be and what we were sharing with students, as well as just the opportunities that were available. So I think as we create more solar installation opportunities and students see more of them, and even in, customers in our region and community members in our region see that, then they'll see the opportunities there in terms of employment as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's a really good point, Kris.
Go ahead,
and I was just going to say that there's a huge difference between latent demand and real demand. Latent demand is the potential for solar, and very often armchair scientists will take a GIS survey of all the potential rooftops in the region and say, my God, there's this tremendous potential for solar. But there's no real market demand for it because people aren't putting their dollars into buying solar. And so recognizing that there's a huge latent demand in Southwest Virginia, the question becomes, how do we turn that into real demand? And that's where appointing someone like Matt, who has sales experience, who lives in the community, as you can hear in his voice, he's so committed. I think he starts every day thinking about solar, and before he goes to sleep at night, he's thinking about solar.
He plays that guitar a little bit too, though. That's guitarist in the back.
I hope so.
Might be thinking about solar at the same time. But thanks, Tony. That's kind of exactly where I wanted to go, making it real. And there are queues out there in the market. Some of these early projects will be key. But you actually started out talking about utilities, and RFPs have come up. We were fortunate enough to feature Dominion's new RFP announcement yesterday. It's forthcoming in April. Stay tuned for that. There's carve-outs for brownfields. But we're also, I can tease, tomorrow we have AEP, Miss Noelle Coates, who will be talking about their RFP. And Kris has talked about the community college RFP. So, that's market moving, market defining. And can you expand a little bit more on what this transition that you've seen like a light switch from the dark age of the Commonwealth to this suddenly brighter future?
Yes, in fact, we've seen a huge shift from 2010, where the largest solar array owned by Dominion was 7 kilowatts in Halifax County. And today they own practically gigawatts of solar. In that 10-year period, the utilities have come to realize that solar represents a huge opportunity for them to earn return on investment, because they make their money by investing in generation facilities. However, and the real catch is that they have been reluctant until very recently to embrace what we call distributed solar, which is solar on the customer's rooftop, directly connected on the customer's side of the meter, and where commercial customers can not only reduce their kilowatt hours, but their peak demand, which is a huge opportunity for savings. And that's where we're positioned in the marketplace. And we embrace the idea that we need all kinds of solar, including brownfield solar, utility scale solar, where we've run into resistance, less so now with Dominion, but with the other utilities, including APCO, ODP, and Powell Valley, is their resistance to distributed solar. They're making it really difficult still. So I hope that folks have really good questions for Noel Coates tomorrow about the challenges of opening up the market for distributed solar, not just utility solar.
Absolutely. And, we're coming close to our scheduled time, but we will have 10 minutes of bonus after we encourage everybody to stand up. And we're very fortunate to give this outstanding group such a good block of time. Thank you again. But Matt, you're on the ground and, you're point man of the Renaissance, so to speak, and making it real, sometimes one mind at a time, winning hearts and minds in a new way. How else can we help you? Like these barriers, as Chelsea said, they're not unique to the region. There are certainly some specific issues, but I would even think maybe some of the region's specific, because I grew up, I was born in a town with a giant salt mine, and I went to high school in a town flanked by 2 coal mines. Shout out Viper, Central Illinois. But wouldn't making the case that we're just going to pivot into a new energy future, you guys, and get right back to work, isn't that maybe even a wind in your back, or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Taking the jobs that don't exist now or used to exist and have fled the area and turning them into renewable energy jobs is a pretty big deal. And in fact, a lot of my buddies who are former coal miners, having seen some of the news articles and stuff, have actually reached out to me already. Hey, when are we going to be able to see these jobs come in? When can we apply for those? And that is a very interesting point. I mean, most people know coal is gone away, and they want a new way to earn a living that is very beneficial financially, because coal mining was. I think that's a big wind in my back, and I'm looking forward to providing those for those folks.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. So we're at our scheduled break. So anybody who you're zoomed out right now, I appreciate that. Get a cup of coffee, stand up, walk the dog, walk around the block. Maybe it's sunny where you are, but we are just going to roll into some bonus time. This is such a key issue, and it's also this is one of our only places to talk about rooftops and distributed so specifically, but it is translates into all these other dimensions of solar redevelopment. So let's just keep it going. Chelsea, let me bring you back into the conversation, just kind of on the policy front. In our next segment, actually, we'll have a little bit from US EPA on how, I apologize, City of Chicago. Hope those people are okay. But they have a workforce jobs piece of their they have a little grant for workforce development, and there are all these little there's a collage of support. I wish we could pivot to more of a German model right now and have some kind of surge of workforce redevelopment training, but you have your fingers in a lot of these pies. How can you help us find a way forward, either from the top down or bottom up, as it relates to alleviating this human resource bottleneck?
Well, now you made me hungry for pie, but I think, one of the people or one of the organizations really leading on this issue is the Shine down in Southside. And I think that's, we're really hoping to be able to take our experiences in Southwest and collaborate with the folks at Shine to, really be able to come up with plans and ideas for the whole state. I think Dr. Westover hit on an important part of the problem, which is that a lot of people have this this idea that solar energy jobs are temporary. That you're gonna do a job for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It's a really big job, and then the job's gonna go away. I do think there's there's some education that needs to be done about the breadth of opportunities in the solar industry. There's a lot of different types of jobs. It's not just the boots on the roof or boots on the ground install part, but there's what Matt's doing. There's sales. There's all sorts of other jobs along the pipeline. There's and related jobs as well. We'll get more energy storage related jobs, and so I think there's a lot of education that we can do to help people understand the breadth of opportunity. And then I think there's just the kind of forecasting work that Shine is doing to show where job opportunities are coming down the pipeline at the utility scale. I think if we can get creative and kind of be able to demonstrate the long-term job opportunities in particular areas so that people understand that I might have to drive around the county a little bit to do my solar job, but you know, I can still go home to my family at the end of the day. And you know, there's going to be a lot of opportunities within my area to support a long-term job. And I think there's probably, you know, I think some training, obviously, that I think people have spoken to on other panels, but, you know, like just making sure that the training opportunities are accessible across the Commonwealth, I think is something that we really hope to do to be able to build up the community colleges, as well as even, you know, high schools, to be able to start priming people to think about these job opportunities and making sure that the training opportunities are accessible statewide and not just in spots here and there.
Thank you, Chelsea. Yeah, super helpful. And Shine is plugged in as a supporter of this year's Virginia Solar Summit. And I know that they're going to be having some materials that they're contributing to the knowledge binder. And I know a lot of you, actually, you and your organizations will have some materials as well. So that'll be floating out there. Those one pagers and one sheets and info sheets are all super helpful. And on the education front, yeah, turn it all the way up. But Tony, again, come in on this tactical level. You know, how can we make it real? You know, what are the next steps here beyond kind of what we've already discussed? Is it just effort?
Well, certainly it's effort. It's a lot of effort in several related areas, like the policy front, the business development front, putting together the financing and the infrastructure of employers and job training. The other piece I just want to say is that we're talking about a three-legged stool, right? Commercial solar, utility solar, and residential solar. We need a healthy mix to create that ongoing, reliable, steady flow of jobs and business opportunities in the region. There's very little residential solar going on because there's not enough of the so-called ambassador sites that inspire people and get people talking about solar. It's when a school has a dedication event for a 500 kilowatt array that people wake up and say, oh my God, solar really works, and it's at our school. And the students then tell their parents about it, and the parents tell their neighbors, and before you know it, there's a buzz. But that's why we're focusing on these ambassador sites to really stimulate awareness and demand, the demand pull. The utilities can play their part as well with the utility scale solar in the brownfields. So that's important. Ultimately, we want a healthy residential solar market to also provide that third leg.
Yeah, I appreciate sneaking in the word buzz there for the bees. You know,
the totally pollinators.
Yeah, all the pollinators, the bees, the butterflies, and we're even creating jobs maybe for sheep herders, as we saw in the last session. To Chelsea's point, they might have to drive their flocks around the county as they rotate their grazing schedules. But there's just jobs up and down the stream, the value stream here. And so, Dr. Westover, let me bring you back in. I mean, it's just an embarrassment of riches. It's, again, the theme is just too good to be true. It's a renaissance we're not ready for. It's a boom that's about to overtake us. And how are we going to measure up to this opportunity and seize this moment?
Well, just sharing opportunities. I think with our students, you know, we do an awful lot in the high schools to kind of share not just the opportunities for training for our at MECC, but ultimately, what are the jobs that those training opportunities lead to? Because we know that students come to us not necessarily always for an education, but for what that education provides, and the opportunities that it creates for a job, for employment, and for other things. So, you know, continue. I think that because for a short period of time there, we were really ramped up, and then the jobs weren't there. Then we didn't necessarily shout about our program as loudly as we could have. And I think now with the landscape as it is, We've also talked with Shine. I think we're definitely interested in collaborating with Shine to figure out how we build that pipeline, how we work better with high schools, how we create those dual enrollment opportunities, and how we get that pipeline flowing so that we have the continuous cycle when the jobs are here and they're coming quickly. So that's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, thank you. That's perfect. And, I see the private sector starting to wake up too, kind of just in real estate redevelopment proper. And really, we've had a skills problem for, a decade plus now, where we've been hanging pre-pandemic, it was already 6 or 7 million open jobs in this country. So we've had a mismatch problem all along. But they're going to have to take matters into their own hands to go and build these projects. They're going to need hands. And like in real estate, I suspect that we'll start to see, not just salary pressures, but bonuses and maybe even some of their own jobs training programs. Just to make a quick parallel to Connecticut, in their Brownfield program, they put some jobs training things right in there. So local developers who are working on those local grants, had to participate in some of these job training programs in the area. So there's synergies there, and we can kind of ride those combined wins. And with everything coming online at the same time, I think there's just no choice but to scramble and try to, as you all are in your own ways, and leverage the many different resources to this very human challenge that we have, the best kind of challenge to meet. And I'm so grateful that you all are firmly engaged in this work. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Great session. Really appreciate it.
Great facilitating, Dan. Appreciate it.
You bet. We'll keep up the good work. The future is bright, my friends, especially if you're in solar jobs, kids. I just want to say one word to you, just one word: solar. Okay, let's turn now to our next session, which is I've been really looking forward to, and it's we kind of segued already. We're dialing up here our substantive program into Brownfields 200. So we're going to roll our sleeves up into some of these land development programs, which have some of these features like workforce. But I don't want to steal anyone's thunder. I see some very familiar faces, some really knowledgeable Brownfield folks who've been doing this work and know these programs inside and out. I'd like to introduce Ms. Felicia Fred, formerly of US EPA Region 3. Now she's with Draper Aden. And Ms. Patricia Overmeyer. We are very fortunate to have Patricia's time again today. She plugged in yesterday to help us get started on Brownfields, but she's back because her office, the Office of Brownfield Land Revitalization there at US EPA, is doing all kinds of catalytic things. And so she's plugged back in. And you see the beautiful Mr. Maiden there with some beautiful solar panels behind him. He's our man in the Commonwealth in the Brownfields program. And again, he knows this stuff better than anybody in the country as well. They've got a terrific team over there with Mr. Meade Anderson, who you might have seen in testifying before Congress a time or two, because the politicians love this stuff. We've heard a lot about ribbon cuttings this morning, and our friends here know about that. So without further ado, let me ask who is starting us off today. First of all, good morning. Can everyone hear me? And can we hear you?
Yep.
Morning. Yes, I think so.
Hey guys. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think Patricia is going to get us rolling today. So.
Terrific. Thank you.
Yes. So good morning, everyone. This is Patricia Overmeyer, and as Dan said, I work in EPA's Office of Brownfields and Land Revitalization, and we are excited about solar and all renewable energy options. Next slide, please. So the EPA Brownfields program, we are here to help. We are here to help you not just figure out how to clean up, assess and clean up your brownfields, but we want to help you think through how you can use renewable energy on those brownfields. And our program has grants and technical assistance to help with the planning, assessment, cleanup, and reuse of brownfields. We also have these very powerful grants to help with environmental workforce development. The agency also can help you think through liability protections. Every time you buy a brownfield, you want to think about, is it contaminated or not contaminated? And then who's liable for the cleanup of that contamination? And how can you delineate that liability? We're here to help. We have tools and staff to help with that. And also the EPA Brownfields program provides funding to every state and territory and a lot of tribes to help them develop their brownfields program that in turn turns around and helps you with additional grants and technical assistance. Next slide, please. So brownfields assessment grants. This is one of the most powerful tools that we have that we can offer our states and communities. And communities, listen up, because you can use these tools, these assessment grants, to help prepare your brownfields and in particular, figure out for those developers that you want to attract. You want to attract developers to your community. You want them to build on your brownfields. You want to reuse your brownfields. The best thing that you can do for these folks is to have information available to them on if and how those properties are contaminated. So if you have brownfields, the best thing you can do is start doing your assessments and characterizations, and we can help. We can help you through competitive grants. We also have a targeted brownfields assessment program where if your community is small and are over extremely challenged and you don't have the capacity to manage a grant, call your regional brownfields coordinator and ask them about targeted assistance. But anyway, you can use our brownfields assessment grants. We award them every year. The next set of guidelines will be available in September. You have 60 days to apply. But go online now and figure out how and what you have to do to apply for a brownfields assessment grant. And then you can use it to figure out whether your properties are contaminated, how contaminated are they, and then how do you use that information to track developers of all kinds, and of course, solar power developers. Next slide, please. We also have grants and technical assistance to help you with cleaning up your brownfields. There's two different kinds of cleanup grants. We have direct cleanup grants where if you own a property and you're a state, regional, or local government, or a nonprofit, you own a property that is a brownfield and needs to be cleaned up. If you've already done that assessment, you are eligible to apply for a brownfields cleanup grant. These are grants of up to $500,000 to assist you in doing the cleanup. You have to own the property that you're cleaning up. You have to be an eligible entity, of course, and there is a cost share, 20% cost share for a cleanup grant. The other kinds of grants that we have is a revolving loan fund grant for state, local governments, nonprofits. You can apply for a grant up to between $800,000 and $1 million that basically capitalizes a fund that you can then use to loan out these funds to other brownfields owners so that they can clean up their properties. They'll pay the money back to you at low interest or no interest, and then you can loan it back out to other property owners to clean up their properties. We also have a new program, a multi-purpose grant program. Multi-purpose is that you can use the grants to do both assessments and cleanups. Next slide, please. So again, multi-purpose grants are up to $800,000. These are, we don't give a lot of multi-purpose grants out because they're large grants. They tie up a lot of our money. But if you are ready with multiple sites to do assessments, cleanups, and reuse planning, this might be a good opportunity for you. But remember, we probably give out like 8 to 10 a year. And they do require a cost share, a sizable cost share of $48,000 or $40,000 in materials, labor, and or services or money. But they're powerful, but you've got to be ready to use them. Be ready to do assessments, cleanups, and planning. Next slide, please. And one of my favorite grant programs that we have at EPA is our Brownfields Environmental Workforce and Job Training Grants. These grants are provided to job training programs so that these programs can add to their curriculum programs to recruit, train, and place unemployed and underemployed residents of the community in jobs in their community to do environmental tasks, environmental jobs. So, and these jobs can include solar panel installation. We have several grantees across the country that use our grants to add programs to their curriculum to ensure that their workforce is trained in solar panel installation, but other environmental jobs as well. Brownfields assessments, cleanups, construction, wastewater treatment, etc. This program is a powerful program to really help put people in the community in jobs that are environmentally related. Next slide, please. And here's an example. In Fresno, California, we have a grantee, Fresno Area Workforce Investment, that has a 6-week training course that helps people learn skills that will allow them to get jobs in the solar industry. Also, Push Buffalo, one of our best grantees. If you haven't heard of Push Buffalo, go to their website. They have an incredibly wonderful program where they are training people, in particular for jobs in how to weatherize housing, particularly for poor and disadvantaged neighborhoods. They train folks, and then they take those folks into poor and disadvantaged neighborhoods in their community to weatherize and insulate homes, and also to install solar. They're big champions of solar in their community. So great program. Next slide, please. Then on the other side of the United States, we also have the LA Conservation Corps, another great grantee. They do great things. They are training people with our grants to learn how to install solar power. They also have a great program to teach high school kids and elementary kids on what the benefits of solar are, so they can go home and tell their parents about the wonderful things of solar and beg their parents to do great things installing solar. So a great program teaching people at the very beginning of their lives, like what it means to combat climate change and install solar to save their generation, the generations behind, in front of them, after them. Next slide, please. Another example in Overground Park, this again is the LA Conservation Corps. They got a job training grant from us. They're installing solar panels, lots of great success stories here. So great program, training people, jobs in their community, installing solar power in their communities, spreading the word, doing great work, and saving the planet. Great program. Next slide, please. Okay, then above and beyond our grants, we also have technical assistance to brownfields communities. I talked about this a bit yesterday, but just remember that each of our regions has a technical assistance provider. In Region 3, of course, Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Delaware, you're all in Region 3. EPA, you currently have the New Jersey Institute of Technology available to you. If you need help on figuring out how to turn your brownfields into productive reuse options, turning your brownfields into solar power solutions, call NGIT and they can help you. We pay them to help you. So this is free technical assistance to help you in your communities. Please take advantage of it if you need assistance. Next slide, please. Here's the information, NGIT. Next slide, please. Then just a little bit about our statutory authority. EPA's grant program was originally authorized in 2002 with the Brownfields Amendment to the Superfund Law to CERCLA, but we got a boost in 2018 with the Build Act. So 3 years ago, in March of 2018, Congress reauthorized our grant program, and added a couple of powerful amendments that particularly will work for solar panel development in your community. One of them is that Congress added to our statutorily driven evaluation criteria, and they added a criteria that focuses on renewable energy and energy efficiency. So when you write your grant application to EPA for a brownfields grant, you can get points for explaining how your grant project will support renewable energy and any energy efficient project. And one of those ways is solar panel on brownfields. think about it and make sure you talk about it when you apply for your grant. Next slide, please. So the other thing that the 2008 Build Act did for to boost the power of the Brownfields program is clarified liability for state and local governments. Very much clarified when state and local governments are actually owner operators under Strickler. You can't be liable unless you're an owner operator. And there are some carve outs for local governments who basically didn't own the properties while they were being contaminated. So clarifications there are really important for our potential grantees. It also, in those amendments, Congress expanded the bona fide prospective purchaser protection to include tenants. Why is that important to you? Because solar panel developers often are tenants and not owners. So if you as a community own your property, you lease it out to a solar developer, they can be a bona fide prospective purchaser. They can avail themselves of that liability protection. That's important. That's a good bonus for solar panel on brownfields. Next slide, please. Oh, and another thing you heard, those of you who were with us yesterday, you heard the presentation from Laura Strine of EPA on EPA's Repowering America's Land Initiative, a really great resource. Go to their website. And on that website, there's a lot of tools for helping you figure out whether or not your brownfields properties will in fact support all kinds of renewable energy. Next slide, please. And this is just some crazy picture that you've probably seen 100 times already, yesterday, today, tomorrow, but it's just a picture to help you understand that renewable energy is going to save the planet if we let us. So lots of great benefits of doing renewable energy, solar and other renewable options, not just on brownfields, but everywhere. Get away from carbon, get away from climate change. Let's improve the planet. Solar can get us there. Rah, rah, go team. Next slide, please. A couple more examples just very quickly. Colorado Springs, Templeton landfill. This is a great success story for us in Region 8. That basically the Colorado Brownfields team used EPA assistance in one of the targeted brownfields assessment grants, but they also used the power of the National Renewable Energy Lab. The NREL, the National Renewable Energy Lab, also provides a ton of technical assistance, great information to help communities think through how to do renewable energy anywhere, not just on brownfields, but anywhere. Great resource, teamed up with them and EPA and the Colorado Brownfields crew, and they've done a lot of really good projects with renewable energy. Next slide, please. Another example of where EPA provided technical assistance is in the Crescent Dunes Solar Energy Project in Nevada. This Nile County, Nevada. They've had a lot of success in using solar energy to power residential homes and create a ton of jobs. So Governor Granholm, now at DOE, she wants to make, she's very excited about renewable energy jobs. Well, we can do it with solar panel and the power of EPA brownfields and REL. Just need to, take the village and have the right attitude. We can make this happen. Next slide, please. Oh, and the EPA Brownfields Conference. Someday we will have an EPA Brownfields Conference when we're all safe, the plague is gone, and we can all get back to leading normal lives. Right now, we are scheduled to be in Oklahoma City in September, but stay tuned. May need to change that date. We're thinking through whether or not it really will be safe for us to gather in September. If not, we're still going to have a conference. We're still going to get together. We're still going to talk about the power of brownfields and the power of renewable energy in brownfields, but it may not be in September. Stay tuned. We'll let you know. www.brownfields2021.org. Okay, I think that's it. Next slide. Yep. So feel free, contact me, contact your tab provider, contact your regional EPA Brownfields coordinator. His name is Michael Torino. He's in Region 3, Philadelphia. We're here to help, and we're here to support solar and renewable energy on brownfields. So There you go. Over to the next person, please.
Yeah, I guess that would be me. So my name, for those who haven't met me yet, is Vince Hayden, and I'm the Virginia Brownfields Program Coordinator. And, Dan has lots of puns, that he's been dropping throughout the conference, but he does not have hot pink pineapple shades. So, and I really do believe Virginia's future is so bright, we're going to need shades. So, see if you can top that, Dan. But in the Brownfields program, we obviously like to have a little fun while we do redevelopment and revitalization, and we're not afraid to have a skit, a after party to the social. If you don't believe it, come to Oklahoma City, and I guarantee it'll be the most fun you ever had at a conference. But in all seriousness, we do take serious our charge in Virginia to revitalize lands and to reuse lands and across the Commonwealth. And you heard from Meade Anderson, the 100, and he really covered our entire program and what we do. It's not that complicated to take advantage of Brownfields revitalization tools, and they really are powerful and help you leverage a lot. So next slide. So if you attended Meade's session, it's time for your quiz. So what is a brownfield? You're looking at a picture there of, in that slide before, of the Olin Chemical site in Saltville, Virginia, many years ago. Now it's a legacy Superfund site, well known within EPA. They've done a tremendous job of capping contamination. And I actually still dream of the day they'll put solar panels on top of that site. So I still have my hopes, but go ahead to the next quiz, Kelsey. Here's where your chance is to answer the question, what is a brownfield? And you've got 4 choices. So drop in the chat box what you think the answer is, and I'll give you a minute. A lot of people feel like that, they misunderstand the brownfields definition, and they often think their site is not a brownfield when in fact it would qualify. So, if we have any brave souls that are going to answer, we got 1A. Oh, A, we got all of them. Okay, all of them. Yeah, that's a good question. All of the above was not an answer, but it could be true, but could not. So overwhelmingly, it looks like people are going with A, which they get an A for today. The one difference in B is some people actually think there has to be contamination for it to be a brownfield. And that's the most misunderstood part. It really just the perception that there could be contamination is enough to qualify it as a brownfield. There's many things that qualify as brownfield. A friend of mine in West Virginia said, if man's been there, they probably made it a brownfield. So next slide. And Meade covered this as well, but in Virginia, we have a charge from our policymakers that we will encourage restoration, help remove barriers, provide incentives, which if possible in Virginia, we have the Virginia Brownfields Assistance Fund, which greatly complements the EPA grants. We actually use the EPA money in that program as match to keep people from having to come up with matching funds. So thank you, EPA. And Meade and I are the Brownfields program. We do a lot with just the 2 of us, and we really do get out and help communities. We're not the DEQ that comes in and tells you you're blowing your permit on your wastewater treatment plant. We're actually there to help you with the regulatory hurdles. Next slide. So Brightfield is a term you've heard a lot here. Our first conference like this was called the Brightfields Conference. Some people just didn't really understand what a Brightfield was, so they missed out on the conference, and a great conference it was. So this is any site that's a brownfield that is being used for renewable energy. Really, the slide says solar energy, but any renewable energy use on a brownfield would be a Brightfield. So all the different brownfields assistance will actually be eligible for the same Brightfield sites. That's why we're having this event. That's why we think the 2 should be married together, and we should focus on our brownfields in Virginia. There's a lot of advantages to brownfield sites. Existing infrastructure has been mentioned by some of our friends in Southwest Virginia looking at the mine lands. These sites are really sites that people would like to see something happen with, and that a solar farm may be an upgrade. So it's not going to come up to the same opposition you're seeing on some of the green space and large farm type development that's happened. And, you know, it provides tax revenue in the many communities that have been hurting because they've lost factories, they've lost their machine and tools taxes that they've collected over the years that kept their community afloat when that industry went off to China and that sort of thing. So next slide. And so what DEQ does, you know, I'm going to cover like what we do a little more than the nuts and bolts of brownfields and all the different grants, but show you an example of it. But we actually offer what we call Brownfields Individualized Outreach, BIO, because, you know, we love acronyms. And BIO, what we're a little different is we like to come to your community and work with you directly to see what your brownfields needs are beyond the grant money, which we also know where that's at. But we like to look at what you need specifically in your community and not just offer you the tools of the Brownfields program. So we used to do that in person. We look forward to coming and doing that again. We currently do this on Zoom. So you can have your own 100 level class on Zoom if you ask. Like our friends at NJIT said, if you haven't gotten our assistance, you haven't asked. Next. So just more about what we do. So we work really closely with US EPA and partner to really leverage funding. We work with all of our other state agencies and all the federal entities that play in the brownfield space to make sure that Virginia is maximizing all the benefits that the government, both federal and state, can bring to revitalizing sites across the Commonwealth. So, you know, these type of events are pretty common for us. So this one is probably our largest brownfield type event we've ever held. So thank you for all for participating. Next slide. So this is an example. The town of Saltville is a town of 1,853 people. So, you know, small town with a rich history of manufacturing and chemical production that they thrived at one point during that era. But now is just a retirement community that at one time had pretty much lost hope. Full disclosure, I'm from Saltville. So, you know, I am a bit of a homer and I won't deny it, but they reached out for assistance from the Brownfields program because they wanted to redevelop a campground. And they didn't actually do that through me. They reached out to Virginia Tech's Community Design Assistance Center, who had an EPA grant that they were using across Southwest Virginia. They came in to provide $50,000 of funding on their campground, former town shop, future campground development to do a lot of redevelopment planning. They also applied for a Virginia Brownfields Assistance Fund grant to match that. So they had $100,000 of assessment and planning money that could be used to help them get this project moving. At the same time, they learned about the targeted brownfields assessment from EPA, and they had a neighboring property to this one that needed an assessment. They got in touch with Mike Torino and EPA Region 3. EPA contractors came out, provided that assessment. It was really a great no-cost tool for a town that really didn't have the budget to put money into these projects. They were awarded a remediation grant from EPA, and there was some complications administratively with that, but they are going back in to get that grant hopefully next cycle. DEQ partnered with DMME, who you're going to hear from later, to do a pilot project with drones, essentially to go and look at the brownfield sites across Saltville to help facilitate redevelopment and revitalization. And they were also able to get 2 additional $50,000 grants from our Virginia fund on other sites, one of which we're going to talk about momentarily. They anticipate their campground development to start in 2022, and they hope to have a solar deployment as a result of some of this assistance in 2022 or beyond. Next slide. So Saltville is unique, and you know, one thing when I go into any community, I like to learn about the community to see what they're about, what's important, listen to the citizens, visit the local shops, go to the local museum. And Saltville, you know, history involves a lot. It's the prehistoric history is amazing. They have great fossil digs there. Woolly mammoth is their mascot. You know, they've got a woolly day that they claim predicts the weather much better than that groundhog. But Olin Matheson business actually boomed Saltwell, made it a boom town at one time, and they produced the raw materials that actually, were led to a lot of the production of rocket fuel that sent several of the rockets, Titan II, I think, and Apollo lunar module to the moon. So they're really proud of their history from A to Z in Saltwell, and they're just a proud group of people, like a lot of Virginians. And they also need help, like a lot of the rural areas that have been left behind in some of the new economy. Next slide. So the former hydrazine plant, which would later become a phosphate production plant, was one of the sites that were targeted. You see a still photo from the drone work that DMME and DEQ did together. This is a 52 acre approximately heavy industrial site used to produce the rocket fuel I mentioned, and then later an animal feed amendment processing plant. And until, from 1999 until 2019, it was viewed as an abandoned site. It was an eyesore that Saltwell would never have any chance at being able to utilize. It was in a land holding company who a lot of the folks assumed had no interest in doing anything with it, until I called them and said, hey, we've got this project we're doing. We'd like to shoot some drone footage of this. And then that led to a discussion, and the landowner actually came to Brightfields in 2019. So next slide. Here's just another photo of it. Really cool imaging, gives you an idea of the site. Next photo, next shot. So what they did, Saltwell, as the community eligible for the Virginia Brownfields Assistance Grants, they applied for a $50,000 assessment grant to help with the cleanup on this site after DEQ, who had their very own, because we love EPA grant funding so much, we have our very own planning and assessment grant. We came in and did a almost $70,000 assessment of a complex site, but we found very few really significant environmental conditions that would prevent solar development, which was the idea for this site. The additional funding is now currently cleaning up the asbestos on the site and preparing a stormwater management plan, which will enable the solar developer to come in and effectively manage stormwater without creating environmental problems. Next slide. Here's a shot from our DEQ Brownfields contractor. I don't know about you, but I would see solar panels laying in this beautiful valley as a really, really big upgrade to this left behind site. Next slide. Here's another shot of it. There's still some infrastructure left that the landowner is willing to deal with to enable the lease now that is in place for a solar developer to develop this project. Next slide. And Patricia mentioned, the self-implementing protections under the Brownfields law that you get from the federal law, Brownfields law. In Virginia, we also offer comfort letters. If you've done your due diligence, like was done under the grant for this site, in phase 1, phase 2, then you can come to us for a bona fide prospective purchaser letter. If you're a purchaser, if you're a lender, you can ask for a letter using those same documents. And more importantly, for these solar developments, if you're a tenant, you can come to us after that's done. Your environmental issues, we can give you a comfort letter to help facilitate any financing or any of movement on this site to get you comfortable with redeveloping the brownfield. And the solar developer on this site plans to use that tool. Next slide. So the voluntary remediation program, which Meade mentioned, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but if you do find through your due diligence that a site has environmental problems and you want to work through it, you don't want to give up on redevelopment, you can come into our voluntary program, do additional assessment and cleanup, and then the site will then be ready for redevelopment. So you don't give up, you just start talking to Meade and myself about other tools that you can use to get the site where you want it to be. Next. So question time is not now, but I am going to urge you to drop the questions you have in the chat box. I was smart enough to get on a panel with two incredible solar experts who can answer all the questions. So the pressure is off of me, but you can feel free to put the pressure on them. They've both probably forgotten more about brownfields than I know. So I'll turn it over now to Felicia Fred, who's going to bring us home in this session.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. I hear feedback. Is that me? Okay, maybe it's better. Good morning, everybody. Some of my slides, you can go to the next slide, Kelsey. I'm going to talk a little bit about, dig a little bit deeper into community engagement and outreach and what this means for your project. You've heard about this renewable energy development. Everybody's been saying it, that you can use community land, so I won't go into it that much. You can go to the next slide, Kelsey. And you've also heard about some of the advantages of it. The one that I want to point out to you is the last one, gaining community support. I think and this leads into what I'm going to talk about a little bit, is the importance of gaining your community and involving them in the process. Next slide. Many of you know, if you aren't as familiar with the Brownfields program, that community engagement is a huge part of the Brownfields program and also in the state VBATH program. And you want to have your community involved. And typically what happens is a developer or someone may think, why involve the community? They'll ask questions. It'll take a long time. They'll impede my progress moving forward. And I would beg to say that they can, but you want them involved, because that will make your project and ultimately the end use of your project more successful moving forward. What I've known and seen in my years in working with EPA and the government is that if you do not involve your community, they will impede your progress, and they can stop it in several instances. They can slow it down to almost to a point that you don't get what you want. So it is to your benefit to involve the community, realizing that it does take time on the front end, but it has many rewards on the back end of it. Next slide, Kelsey. So this is just a depiction of the Brownfields process. Like I said, community outreach is a huge part of the funding process, and then what's involved in this 6-step process. We'll get a little bit more into detail about this later. Next slide, Kelsey. So perceptions, you've heard that before. Vince mentioned about perceptions. Perceptions can cloud possibilities. Next slide. However you involve your community and get their input and their buy-in, they can lead to what can be something very successful. Next slide, Kelsey. So let's talk about how Brownfields deals with the perceptions. Just a little bit about the process. There's an identification of brownfield sites in a local community. Once there is an award, there's prioritization of those sites. Typically, that is led based on what the grantee or interest in, and how the criteria is set up based on what the end uses are, what developers may be interested in. So there's a priority criteria set in place. Those sites that have been prioritized and meet that criteria are then assessed using the funding. Then typically, most brownfield sites do not really require a remedy of sorts like you would think, say for like a Superfund site or former mine site. Remedies in brownfield sites are most times are something that can be dealt with quickly enough with little cost, and that you can proceed to moving to your end use. There may be some planning involved on how to use that property, and then there's the renewal or revitalization. Next slide. So some of the benefits of using a brownfield site: you're promoting ecological responsibility. You've heard this many times before in the last day and a half, that you're reusing and properties and transforming them. You're revitalizing your challenged local communities, bringing more taxes back in, because these properties have sit most times dormant for a very long time. You're fostering the reuse of existing infrastructures. In many cases, these properties, contaminated properties, have infrastructures in place that can be reused for solar or renewable energy. You've heard in the previous session about creating jobs and opportunities, and Patricia's talked a lot about the Environmental Workforce Development Program. And one of the big pieces that I think is going to be a big piece moving forward, particularly with this administration, is restoring environmental justice and quality of life. In most cases, these vacant properties, underused properties have been, are in communities that have suffered a long time from environmental justice. Next slide. So successful brownfields programs do require community vision, as I said before, active and community involvement, and also demonstrates civic capacity. You have the local communities and local governments getting involved. Typically, you have sustained commitment moving forward, and your citizens can become champions when you involve them in the process. Next slide, Kelsey. An engaged community is a helpful community. It's one that you want to see involved in your project moving forward. Next slide, please. So what are the benefits? They bring multiple perspectives, particularly for redevelopment. There are times when their priorities or their goals are diverse, or their opposite ends pulling at that. But a diverse goals, you want to pull in the many directions, but and it can paralyze the project. But the key is to bring those diverse perspectives together, and for the greater good of the project. And they want to see, typically the citizens want to see the commitment of their possibilities, and seeing that they bring them to the end goal or the end use. So it is beneficial. One thing to keep in mind when you do involve your community, again, it starts off with education, and that's what can slow up the process sometimes. You have to bring them up to where you are. If you are a developer or a developer or someone interested in the brownfields, what tends to happen is you've been dealing with this project for a very long time, and you see the vision. And so not everybody is at the same place you are. So you have to take that time to bring those community members up to where you are, and that will involve oftentimes educating them about the project, about what your vision is, and then you as a developer being interested in taking in what they've learned and then building that into your end result or your project. Next slide. You've heard about this already before, about bringing other agencies. This is the civic piece, your local governments, nonprofits. You want to bring all of these members to the table in your discussions, because it does then strengthen your project and bring more people along who will sell it, champion for it, and also promote it moving forward. Next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, from Draper Aiden's perspective, some of our clients that we have worked with that we've done some successful community engagement. Starting first with the city of Martinsville in Virginia, the community was the Salvation Army. Their end use product was to build a transitional housing for families who have been dealing a lot with poverty, and their concern was that there would be vapor migration and intrusion from an existing building on the same property. Martinsville maybe back up to and also say Martinsville, and many of these projects I'm going to discuss are actually Brownfields recipients. Martinsville has received to date 2 Brownfields assessment grants, and they use their funding to conduct the phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 using EPA funds, and they use the VBATH grant to complete the phase 2 at this property. The EPA funds were also used for the vapor testing and for conceptual planning. What the outcome of the community outreach activity, which we were done here, was we had an open house. Once all of this information was gathered, we had an open house. The Salvation Army invited many of their regional members to attend this open house. There was the city and the city council were actively involved in this event, and the information was shared, and a lot of positive feedback was gained from this open house with media and press events. What the status of the project at this point is, what's interesting is that the Salvation Army, and I did not know this, does not borrow money for any of their projects. They raise their money. So this project is a multi-million-dollar project in order to build the home, as you can imagine, the housing. So that right now it's kind of in standstill as they continue to raise money to proceed to the fruition of this transitional housing. Moving a little further, let me get my directions right since I'm not from Virginia, not yet. Stanton is east, is that correct? I think that's east. Moving east, the city of Stanton, their targeted area is the West End. The community activities we've done so far have included two community meetings last fall. Those meetings were typically about, again, Brownfields 101. What is a brownfield? And Stanton has applied for FY21 Brownfields funding. So that meeting also, the meetings also entailed discussions about applying for the grant, what the grant would mean for the community. And one of the targeted areas is the West End. What we've done so far in those 2 meetings is create a survey that was launched yesterday. This survey is the preliminary steps for creating a revitalization plan for the West End. And we anticipate having a community meeting in April to share with the community the findings of the survey and what steps moving forward. And if we're lucky, and EPA has announced it already, Patricia, we may know whether they're going to win their grant award. What was also interesting about this is that when you talk about involving community, we saw an increase in the number of people who attended. The first meeting, there were 30 residents. The second meeting, it was 50. So that's usually awesome. The opposite, but we're seeing an increase, and that's been really kind of cool. Are we ending time, nearing time, Dan? Is that why?
Yeah, I'm sorry, we have to wrap. Yeah, bottom of the hour.
Okay, sorry.
That was awesome. No, it's okay.
I kind of noticed that, but that's it. So that's just the last thing I would like to say is that it's important to promote those successes moving forward. And when you involve the community in that, it's a win-win for everybody moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Felicia. That was fantastic. As a Brownfielder, I really appreciate that, and all the work that Draper Aiden is doing. And you too, Patricia, thank you for dialing back in. And Vince, of course, these are some of the great people that we have in the right places. They're able to take your calls. They're doing this work. They obviously know these programs inside and out and backwards. They probably dream about it. And they all plugged in last time too. So I really want to thank Felicia, and I want to shout out Draper Aiden. They're an official supporter of this event. They were in early, in 2019. Shout out my man Sri Natella and his whole team. They're really building a stable of solar stars and redevelopment stars over there at Draper. They know what they're doing. And of course, Patricia's got a small but mighty team there at OBLR. And I'm so grateful, both as a citizen of the United States and a carbon-based life form citizen of the planet. I'm so glad. I wish we could just clone you guys, but we can't. But anyway, hopefully we're recruiting some people. Thank you so much. Great work.
Thanks.
Keep it up. And let's roll on into our anchor session from our AM program. Just more steak and a lot of sizzle on this too, with some beautiful pictures. Again, coming back to one of our two feature topics, and so important, as pollinators. And I'm really privileged to bring in, two of the founding fathers of this. We've talked about being early and the end of the beginning, but these guys of the Renaissance, but these guys, Mr. Calvin Ernst and Dan Salas from Ernst Conservation Seeds and Cardno, respectively, they started the revolution, and I'm talking about maybe 1773 as opposed to 1776. And I'm really honored to share the forum with them today. And we're standing on the shoulders of these two gentlemen and their respective companies who are both supporters of this event and have been. And they have, again, a stable of stars who are really making this real, and bringing so much hope and potential. Calvin, come on into the conversation. Can you hear me okay? And
yes, I can.
Okay? Good.
Yep.
You look great.
Am I in there okay?
Yeah. You sound perfect.
Well, good.
Looks like you were already out in the field today. It looks sunny and bright there.
Yeah, that's right. I want to make sure that people understand I'm more used to driving a tractor and digging in the dirt than I am one of these programs. So if something goes awry, you'll understand that it's not intentional.
That's okay. We're all pros now, unfortunately, thanks to the pandemic. One of the silver linings. So we'll be able to bear with you. And we're really great that you could take some time out of your important work out there in the actual field to dive into Brightfields for us today.
It's hard to train an old dog new tricks, though.
I don't know. You're doing pretty well. You're giving me hope. Okay. Everybody's coming along. It's real. We're busting out into a cross-generational renaissance here. I think I'm happy to report.
We're gonna try it here. Okay.
We'll take it away, Calvin. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Okay. Let me get to the first slide here. Okay. Ernst Conservation Seeds has been in business for about
we got to see your slides,
5 years.
Hang on. You got to share your screen first, my friend.
Am I wrong?
We just can't see your screen yet. So
now let me see here.
The green share screen button. Yeah, because I got to see these beautiful pictures.
Do you see it?
And hey, Dan, how are you? I can see you loud and clear over there too.
No.
Yeah, great. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
I've got to get Andy in here.
Yeah, no worries.
Dan, maybe you want to go ahead. Do you want Dan to go ahead?
We can give you a second if you need to, but Dan.
Well, let me see here.
Yeah, let's see if you can get it working there, Cal, and if not, I can jump in there.
Now here I go with my.
Good, yeah, we've got time. No worries. So what's going to happen for everybody?
We're going to get some technical advice here.
Yeah. Just bear with us because we're going to take a break at the noon hour anyway, which is one of our hard breaks. So let me just take this opportunity to remind everybody to keep the questions coming in the chat. You can also put them in the queue forum that's online. We're coming back today for a Q&A wrap to try to answer questions that we missed. And we're doing that tomorrow as well. We're not done with pollinators, and look at that. I can't even get through my vamp here. I have more important things. Complete your official profiles for free online, and that's all I'm going to try to sneak in. Calvin, you look ready to go, and I'm already blown away with the purple.
Okay, well, it's gonna be a little bit more about the birds and the bees than we've been talking about here so far. As I said, I'm more used to the tractor work and the working in the dirt, but I've been my whole life devoted to doing conservation plantings and what have you. When we talk about brownfields, we used to actually seed over 10,000 acres of strip mine land in Western Pennsylvania per year in the 70s and 80s. So that's a legacy that I have. Let's see here. Trying to move up with my next slide. Well, let me see here. I'm working on it here, folks.
It's all right. Space bar?
Andrew.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
There we
Okay,
go. You
there
got
we
it.
go. Now we're starting maybe. Maybe I know what to work with. So here's just some of the, I'm going to try to give you a perspective of some of the core species or the mainstream species that I like to see planted in solar sites. And I just started here with an annual partridge pea. One of the reasons I like to use annuals is the customer then sees some growth the first year and some blooms. Also, partridge peas actually have nectar even on the stems and leaves. And so they don't have to wait till the flowers are produced, but it's an easy plant to grow, very easy, and it really has high pollinator value. The other one of my favorites is milkweed. There are about 3 major milkweed species in the eastern United States, but milkweeds are an excellent source of nectar. And you can see the bees are busy there. Those flowers produce nectar. Each one of these little flowers produce nectar for about 5 days as the sepals retract, and they are what you'd call in the color stage of their bloom. One of the other ones is butterfly milkweed, and this is one of my production fields. You can see that it loves the southwest exposure, and this is a field right in the foreground is a field that's just been planted to milkweed the first year, so you don't see any blooms that first year, but it becomes this. These are very long-lived perennials, and they'll last on a site many years. Literally have a long life, on a plant life. And here's just a close-up to some of those flowers. Again, you can see the sepals, and as they retract, the bees come in. This is a long blooming period. The flowers are still developing, and honeybees, bumblebees. Here's the bumblebee. A lot of different insects are attracted to this. Penstemons. One of the things about penstemons, now this is an earlier season blooming thing, and even though this is in a production field, you can see that open ground around the penstemon, and that's about 70% of native pollinators live in the ground, and so they'll be burrowing into this ground around and underneath these bunch type plants, and again, they're great for pollinators. This is one of the most attractive of the penstemons in the eastern United States. Some further south and further west, they are a more red color to them, or different shades. But look at how difficult it is for a bumblebee to go in and pollinate this. He has to crawl. He has to use these arms and legs and everything to crawl in to get nectar and pollen out of there. Another just a very showy plant, but a very durable plant is the monardas. You can see a big bumblebee here on this monarda, but this is a very easy to grow, abundance of capacity to develop on quickly. First and second year, there's good vegetation, and it does take the second year for the pollen and the flowers to bloom, but these are long-lived blooms. You can see new blooms coming underneath here. That's one of the things I always like to look at flowers and to see if they're a very single stage flower, there's not these other developing things, so that the pollinating period for something like monarda is like a month or two. Another group of flowers, and I can't discuss all of them here, but the asters, Whitewood aster is accent aster for in under solar panels because it's very short, it's very shade tolerant, but it will carry insects and attract insects over a long period of time again, as I try to mention. And here's even some insects that you can hardly see on these flowers. These aren't typical bees, or these are something like maybe what we used to call sweat bees or something like that. But then also you can see here that there's blooms still coming over a long period of time, and yet there's some mature blooms that the day I took that picture, these blooms were mature and going to seed. One of my favorite asters, another favorite, they're none of them favorites, they're all favorites, is this oblongifolia or aromatic aster. It doesn't have a lot of aromatic characteristic to it, but it blooms a long period of time. I often call it the cactus, the Christmas aster, because it can bloom clear up until late November and even into December. If you're a little further south, ours up here get frozen out by middle of November or so. But aster oblongifolia, very short, very compact, a very intense bloom, and just a good thing. Again, it's short enough to be underneath solar panels. This is another site of looking at the blooms. You can see immature buds developing flowers that'll be in maybe 2 weeks. Here's some that have already gone to seed, and so very indeterminate growth pattern there. Now another group of these composites or plants that basically belong to the Asteraceae is the goldenrods. This is one goldenrod that we grow, but we have about 10 different varieties of goldenrods. We love the goldenrod because they are very rich in pollen. They're very in nectar, and they do one of the things that I try to tell school kids when I'm talking about asters and goldenrods, and a lot of them think they hate goldenrod because it's gotten the bad name of being a source of asthma or what have you. And I say that's not true. It is a relative plant called ragweed that blooms at the same time. But here's what I want to point out. There's so much nectar in goldenrods, particularly in September, October, that the monarch butterflies can use it to go to get the energy to fly back to Mexico. Now just think about this. If you're buying a plane ticket, it costs you $500 to fly to Mexico. But all they do is go and get a little nectar from goldenrod, or a lot of nectar from goldenrod and honey, and they have the energy for that 2 or 3 month trip down to Mexico, and then they actually stay there and do not eat very much in Mexico. Only thing they need in Mexico is the little water source, and then they regenerate by coming back north again. Okay, here's one of our early season plants. The spiderworts. Virginia spiderwort is one of the earliest ones, and it's very short. That's only about 6-8 inches tall. Well, I should maybe say 2 feet at the maximum. But one of the things about spiderworts is they bloom each day. A new flower blooms, and so you cannot. These are new blooms that'll be opening the next day. And so each flower only has 1 day, but look at how much pollen they have on that they create for the insects that pollinate them. Tremendous amounts of pollen there, so they can get the pollen on their wings and on their feet and everything. Real good plant. So here's something that I don't know. It's a little hard to grow from seed. And so, but I put it in here because I liked it because it creates some open space again for the ground nesting pollinators that have to have open space during the during the fall and early season in the spring. they have to have this open space to get into the ground and going. And there's not as much, I can't brag about as much pollen or nectar on the Rudbeckias or cone flowers. There's several of them, and one of the close relatives is black-eyed Susan, which is very easy to grow, but this one's a little tough, and it has a lot of dormant seed, but it does really attractive, and the blooms last a long time. Another group of plants that this is one of the examples of is the mountain mints. Mountain mints will have very good ground cover. They're very indeterminate growth. There's probably about 2 months of blooming here when they're when the bees will be on them. They're actually see these indeterminate blooming. One set of flowers will bloom and the next one will take more time, and then there's still buds coming here, and yet there's almost mature flowers in some cases right here. Seeds already been pollinated and setting. One of the other mountain mints is the Incanum or hoary mountain mint, and hoary refers to the hairs and the roughness of the leaf. But this white foliage is so hairy that it makes a white foliage. And I guess I wanted to say that when in a good warm day, like in September, the butterflies, the bees, the other insects will just be almost fighting each other for landing space here and coming in and just jumping one flower to another just as fast as they can. But it's always an attractive plant and a very, very good high pollinator value, very high pollinator value. Another one with high pollinator value, and this kind of falls back into the Asteraceae family or the composite family, but this is Euphorbium or mistflower, quite short, quite rhizomatous, and it stays close to the ground, blooms late in the fall, and can be really attractive because of the blue color rather than some of the other yellows. And we always like to get something other than yellow if we can. But here we have yellow, an early spring, winter hardy plant. Again, it leaves some space around it, and it only lasts about a month. And the flowers will fall off. You can see some of these flowers already fallen off, seed pollinated, and in other words, the seed is developing in these cores, but the new flowers are coming, and so but it's just a great bloomer, very attractive early in the spring. One of the workhorses that you can put in on a solar site is little blue stem. We grow several ecotypes of eastern ecotypes of little blue stem, and they do allow for a lot of open space, or they do well in open space, I should say, and they have very deep rooted. And I guess one of the things I like to say is you're sequestering carbon in the soil with the warm season grasses at the same time you're harvesting energy from the sun on your solar site. So this is one of those classified as a prairie species, but it grows clear from Rhode Island to California. It's a very universal grass across the United States. A relative of switchgrass is this Panicum anceps, and it's just a tough character. It tolerates a lot of traffic. You can drive over it. For a warm season grass, it is kind of flexible at the floor, and where we drive on it, it just seems to do as well as where we don't drive on it. So it's a very tough plant for grass. You do need some grasses. Now, I know I've diverted from being pollinator value, but you need to have a diversity of plants to give your whole site stability. And this would be one of those things that'll stay a very rhizomatous and vigorous root system that will stay down in the soil during the winter, even though it'll be dormant. This is one of our poor cousins of the panicums. or sometimes they're called dolichiums, which means two flowers. And this is the early season flower right here. And you can see those seed heads come up out of the flower. And we don't generally harvest that first flower or first seeding from those flowers, but we actually harvest later in the season a seed head that is developed down in the whorl of the leaves, and it's actually more productive than the first set of flowers. So there's this grass and a grass we call deer tongue that are in this two flowering stage. Then we have a purple top, well adapted to poor soils and tolerates grazing and mowing and what have you. Here's a purple love grass. Incidentally, we talked a little bit about compaction on sites. You see where the driving is done, what the driving in the field is as a maintenance process, the till and what have you, but the compaction is in those roads there. So that's one of the things that we want to be aware of. I have a little bit of discussion of wetland species, and because most of these sites are going to have some wetland impact, and so I think it's good to have some of these. This is another tough panicum grass that'll tolerate flooding or traffic. So there's going to be about 3 sedges here. Fox sedge, you look like a fox tail there, and it's a very tough grass type plant. It's already greening up this time of year. It stays alive all year. Another cousin of that is Frankie sedge, a little different seed head, but very tough and easy to seed from seed, easy to grow. One of the shortest sedges we grow here is this shorty eye and shorty any eye, but surprisingly, it's not because it's so short that it was named Shorty. It's because the person that founded about 120 years ago was Wilkins Short, or Charles Wilkins Short.
Awesome, Calvin. Looks great. I'm sorry. Let me jump in and try to take back, but hang on, because we've got bonus time. There's nothing scheduled after this.
Okay.
And, we're going to roll into the next hour over the lunch break. Although before I pass it over to Dan to dive in and actually expand a little bit on some nuts and bolts here and help make it even more real, we will come back at 12:45. For a special presentation, but
very good.
We have you guys into our lunch break. So Dan, help bring it home. You know, we have seen some beautiful pictures. We started with pollinators and agrivoltaics, and I'm really excited to see, you know, at the project level what Cardino's up to these days.
Thank
you. Yeah, no, happy to do that. Let me see. I think Kelly, you need to stop sharing so I can share my screen.
Okay. Yep. Let me see how I can do that.
Yeah, and while that's getting set up here, I take a little higher level approach. You know, I think Callie did a great job kind of talking about individual species and what we can actually put in the ground to make these sites successful and beneficial for pollinators. And I think you want to step back a little bit and think about how do we then scale this up, right? Things are trending in the solar industry towards scaling up, right? Increasing the size of sites, the output of sites. And so I want to talk a little about that because it does present some challenges, but there's also a lot of opportunities there. And so I have, for today, the poster child here, Bombus perplexus. I love this photo. These photos are from the USGS's National Bee Lab, and Sandrogi, leads over there. Takes these amazing photos, and Bombus perplexus is the confusing bumblebee. I feel like a lot of people, when it comes to pollinator and how to do pollinator vegetation, presents a lot of confusion. And so, try to clear that up. And I think with good guidance and with some good tools, we can help people put these in the ground. So, first off, the need. Why is there such buzz around pollinators? It's because there's this big underarching need for more biodiversity. We're seeing species going extinct at accelerated rates. even common species like not even pollinators, but birds. There's a study that came out a couple years ago that showed that there's been a roughly 30% decline across all bird species in North America over the past 30 years. So drastic declines. And then relating that back to pollinators, you have species like the monarch butterfly, which is iconic, right? I think everybody has familiarity with that species, maybe childhood memories. And, something like that is even now at risk of, being listed as endangered and potentially going extinct. And aside from monarchs, there's dozens of other pollinators that are already on the Endangered Species Act. Some that are being petitioned to be listed as well in the future. And so it's part of this overall trend we're seeing. The graph I show on the top here is, showing the general increase we are seeing in listed species over time. So it's kind of trending with this idea that there's declines and there's this need. And that graph on the bottom is the trend of the monarch butterfly itself. So you can see how that population's been trending since data has been collected going back to the early 90s. And for that reason, the UN is calling this next decade the decade of ecosystem restoration. So there's all this push and drive for some definite needs that are out there. At the same time, we have this increasing demand for solar, right? And this is what we're talking about at the conference. And so you have this kind of alignment in needs. We're all aware of this sort of, large expanding growth in demand and new construction of solar. And if you take the sort of pipeline for what's forecasted in the next 5 years, we're looking at about 700,000 acres, within that footprint, roughly for the amount of gigawatts we want to create. And 700,000 acres, that's give you an idea of scale, that's about the size of Yosemite National Park. So large land area spread across. There's a lot of opportunity there to provide some benefits. You don't have to look far. I mean, we're talking about it here as one of the focuses of this conference. You can do a quick Google search and find plenty of articles about doing pollinator habitat with solar arrays. And so as we're thinking about scaling up and increasing our efforts in development, this presents a really good opportunity. As we think about scaling up, though, and so moving into even larger scale operations, there's a lot of questions about how does pollinator vegetation scale up in those scenarios. A lot of the guidance that's out there, a lot of the examples we have are from, smaller sites, right? I mean, historically, what we've been doing in solar, which is great. I think those provide great demonstrations and they're beneficial to pollinators. So those are often great. But then as we scale up into sites that are hundreds of acres in size, how does that scale up in terms of how that fits in with design and scale? There's some things that translate. There's some things that there's questions about, how well and how do they transfer. And so, I think when we talk with developers and owners thinking about doing pollinator habitat, these are the types of questions that are running through their head is, how does that fit in with the design? Are there compliance or regulatory risks they have to think about, and how does vegetation help them address those or, think about that? Obviously, cost is always a concern. What are the other benefits that they might receive from doing these types of, efforts in vegetation? Think about the type of habitat and what's quote unquote good. Pollinator habitat is another kind of interesting question that can be facing different projects. And then last and certainly not least, and Cal, you can probably sympathize with this, is the material available, right? We come up with projects and species lists, and then you go, to some of the native plant vendors, like Ernst, like Cardno, and making sure we have those species in quantities that can be used, especially for larger sites, can sometimes, be a challenge, especially if depending on timing. So thinking about those things is really important. One of the main questions I hear when we look at doing projects like this is, what are the regulatory concerns around this? I mean, there's always the cost question, and then there's the question of, am I exposing myself to risk by doing pollinator vegetation? On the Endangered Species Act side, we have things like the monarch butterfly that is, warranted but precluded currently. So a listing is essentially pending for that. We have species like the rusty-patched bumblebee, like we show in that sort of splotching there, that is already federally listed as endangered. we have, compliance with the scorecards, and the scorecards are great tools, and in many cases they're used to promote pollinator vegetation. Sometimes at local levels, those are then sort of rolled into ordinances as requirements. And so how do you achieve, a certain level required by local ordinance? And then last but not least is also, NIPD's requirements. So for site stormwater and erosion control, there's requirements with permits to obviously, achieve a certain amount of vegetative cover. And so you want to make sure that, the mix that you're putting in can help achieve that, hopefully as soon as possible. So I think there's ways we can address those. Another question is, what's good pollinator habitat? And I think we often think about, what do pollinators need? Well, they need nectar and pollen, and more is better. And generally, that's a good assumption. And that it does provide good habitat. And I think, then you get into this idea of, well, what's better habitat? And that might be where you think about species-specific needs. Some species like monarch butterfly need host plants like common milkweed or other milkweeds. Or you have things like Hearne blues that require wild lupin. If you're tailoring mixes to address certain target species, that's another nuance. And then other features like nesting or overwintering conditions, promoting aspects like that is important. Then you get to the sort of best category, which is where you're thinking about all these different things, but then also thinking about the context that you're in, and maybe preserving unique features. I know that was one comment of Sandrogi's, is that we often overlook that there's unique features like rock piles, like outcrops, like sandy barrens, things like that we might encounter on site that often have these really unique and rare pollinators. And so preserving those features as part of our projects can be really, really critical to their health. And so thinking comprehensively and sort of knowing what bar we're shooting for on projects is really, really important. There's a question about, what are economic benefits? That can be answered, I think, two different ways. There's sort of, and there's research that supports them. There's the offsite benefits, sort of the ecosystem services, if you will, of doing things like pollinator vegetation, right? Attracting pollinators can improve agricultural yields, even marginally for things like soybeans. Diversifying income for the leaseholders, reducing carbon emissions, requesting stormwater runoff, increasing infiltration, all great things to the community that you're building within. But there's also on-site benefits, right? There's obviously the lower operation and maintenance cost that comes with native vegetation. There is some evidence that also helps promote panel cooling, which in turn can increase electricity yields, by a lot, but by some. And, there's also other benefits, right? Depending on where you're at, there could be tax incentives, regulatory credits. We talked about, I heard the great sessions on, marrying up with brownfield grants. I think that's fantastic, where we can kind of, merge those types of opportunities together. And then there's, just that social license benefit, right? You're doing something to beautify the community, to address these sort of ecosystem services, and, that addresses a lot of concerns a lot of times. So that was just touching on some of the kind of common issues or questions we see with scaling up into solar in terms of size and how to address pollinators. And so, I think then I want to leave you with a few tools and ways of thinking about, how to address it, how to make it happen. And I'd say first and foremost, involving a vegetation management consultant is, I think, really, really important, as I'm sure Cal can attest to too, right? You wouldn't ask, us as ecologists to design the panels. We also don't want to ask the engineers to design the vegetation, right? So finding people's roles and finding expertise where it's best fit, I think, is really, really important. It helps navigate a lot of these issues and questions, pretty seamlessly. There's also a lot of great tools available and coming. First and foremost, we have the Virginia scorecard and associated resources that are online. I think those are really, really great tools to help anybody get going on planning for vegetation like this at your site. There's also a few other tools here that I wanted to share that you might not be aware of that can also help. One is, and a lot of these come out of this group called the Right-to-Way Habitat Working Group, which is based at the University of Illinois, Chicago. There is this pollinator habitat scorecard, which is more of a, once your site is established, it evaluates the success. It has a tiered different tiered level to, kind of allow you to scale the level of effort you want to put into evaluating sort of your habitat success. It also has an accompanying management module, which allows you to sort of evaluate how well your management is addressing the key threats as well as opportunities at your site. So it's a tool to help you sort of focus your management of your pollinator sites. Another tool that is out there is what we call the Monarch CCAA. It's the CCAA stands for Candidate Conservation Agreement with Assurances. This is a multi-year effort by partners from across the country. And it's essentially a conservation agreement where you can commit to doing beneficial practices for monarchs and by association other pollinators. And in exchange, by making those commitments, you receive regulatory assurances and incidental take coverage from Fish and Wildlife Service for monarch butterfly in the event that it becomes listed here in the future. So it's a great exchange that provides, risk reduction, provides certainty, and doing the types of measures that are included with that, can help lower costs as well. So it's a great resource if you're looking at sort of addressing risk reduction at arrays. There's more information on that at the University of Illinois website here, just a list of some of the different tools that are available there, video resources, fact sheets, application materials even. So I'm happy to talk more about that. Related to that, with that effort, we did look at the cost-benefit analysis of doing pollinator-friendly practices and its relation to avoiding permitting impacts and, social license benefits and reducing costs. And of course, we're doing that with a number of partners, some of those which operate solar arrays. We're able to find that it's pretty clear that you have a positive return on investment with doing these types of practices. So we evaluated this with at least half a dozen different partners within the utility industry, and in all cases we had increased benefits or returns within the first year or 5 years on doing these types of practices. So it does pay to do pollinator restoration or vegetation at your sites. Last is a project I'm really excited about. We're just getting started off. It's a recently awarded project to the University of Illinois Chicago also to evaluate the economic and ecological performance impacts of pollinators at large scale sites. So some of these questions we're addressing head on with this research project. And it's a great partnership with UIC, with Arjun, with NREL, and us, as well as other industry partners to look at these large sites and address some of these questions. And so there's three components to that. There's a field research component where we're going to look at, again, pollinator impacts, the economic impacts of doing vegetation, as well as the PV performance actually. So try to get that idea of, are we increasing efficiency, as well as looking at costs and what are the costs of doing that across the industry and how does that vary. Those are all going to feed into a series of tools that we're going to develop through this. An implementation manual that looks at how do we do this at these large scale sites. We'll look at the cost benefit information and develop a cost benefit calculator that developers and owners can use to test different runs of how they want to look at using pollinator vegetation at sites. There'll also be a seed selector tool that can help people navigate through the types of species they might want to use. And then last, we'll be building on those scorecards I mentioned earlier to refine those further for solar sites specifically. And of course, last will be a lot of outreach and engagement with the industry, with different stakeholders in development of all these tools, in completion of all this research, and ultimately we'll be sharing that. So excited about that, and I think that will present some really good, helpful, useful tools for this work as we move forward. So with that, thank you. Sorry to stay in the way of lunch. And here's my contact information. Feel free to reach out if you have other questions. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. That was fantastic. And don't worry about the lunch. Everybody's in their pajamas at home and they took delivery already. And we're still going to have time for a break. Although I will remind everybody who's still with us that we're going to come back a little bit earlier than we did yesterday at 1:45 because we've got a pretty special presentation from Judy, excuse me. I'm coughing a little bit here. Judy Dunscombe with the Nature Conservancy, who they're doing tremendous work. They've got some very important projects. But now I want to come back and let's open it up. You know, we've got people who are really excited about you two guys, but this work too. You know, we've got a lot of people who are very passionate about pollinators, dialed into this event as one of our feature issues. And as an alumni of the University of Illinois, I'm really proud of my alma mater and the work that they're doing. And our boys in the NCAA men's basketball tournament right now, go Flying Illini, ILLIO, as it were. So I'm having a really good year this year, everyone. Anyway, so let me get Calvin back into the conversation, and we've got just some of these questions that are on people's minds, and Dan brought up some of them, but I wanted to ask Calvin about height. So in the engineering specs, right, we've got this 12 to 18 inch barrier to work with. How do you see that, you know, from your eyes in the field? How can we, what are the right species that won't grow taller than 18 inches?
Well, that's been a challenge because the more aggressive species are taller. And so the ones that have like that Panicum sphaerocarpum, which is a very tolerant of very poor soils, and that keeps it short. But a similar Panicum that's adapted to fertile soils is growing, you know, 2 feet, 10 feet. I'm talking about switchgrass when I say 10 feet, but you know, there is that trade-off, and some of these might need 1 or 2 mowings, with at least at the leading edge of the solar panel, just to keep them from getting above it. They also make they can also be grazed to keep them down. You know, we talked about that sheep. Or raise the panels up about 4 feet, and then there wouldn't be much problem, because there's a lot of species under 3.5 feet or so. So height is a challenge.
I'm sorry, I was fumbling my mute button. Yeah, height's a challenge, and you know, ecosystems, especially over time and maintenance. And we did have a specific question, and I'll open this up to both of you. You know, we're all dreaming big now. I think we got some true believers in the solar renaissance, but some of it is too good to be true. We're going to be moving into some problems later in our program. But is it even possible to maximize for pollinators and sheep at the same time? Or we're talking, you know, about the difference between pasture land and beautiful fields of flowering plants. Dan, let me ask you that question first. Can sheep and pollinator, can they coexist?
Yeah, you know, that's an interesting question. I think it probably depends on how heavily you graze that. You know, I should say I haven't had the opportunity to work with sheep on any sites, but you know, from what I do know of grazing, you'd have to be cautious of sort of the timing and intensity at which we'd be doing that. You know, so that we're not denuding or overgrazing some of those natives. But yeah, Cal, have you had
well, I think
that yourself?
That's the problem. If you put sheep on it early in the summer, when the plants are building their energy and their pollinator capacity, you cannot graze them then, because you're just eating. You can't have your cake and eat it too. So that's I don't think that they're compatible, but they're not completely equal. I mean, in other words, you can't have both, is what I want to say.
Yeah. My sense is, I think for the amount of grazing that would still benefit the pollinating species, it wouldn't make it really economically viable, I think, in the long run. You know, maybe more like one-off grazing.
Yeah.
And you know, speaking of having our cake and eating it too, or double dipping, I've heard some talk, and actually Carrie Hearne, one of our folks behind the scenes on the planning committee, she's also heard, you know, there's some solar developers developing these bifacial panels where they can maybe take some of the reflective energy back off of the earth or whatever is underneath, and talk even of putting the right species under there. Or does white clover make sense, or does that make sense at all to do white flowered monocultures underneath solar fields?
White clover is a very tough species as far as tolerating grazing, and it could actually have some white reflection. It's not native, but it might have a place there in that system, in a grazing system.
But not native, as you said.
Native. No, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that bifacial panel question is something we are looking at as part of that field research, as part of that the CETO project. So it'll be interesting to. I think we're going to see if we can gauge, with different vegetation, can you see, positive benefits there.
Yeah, awesome. Well, another place where, this becomes just critical path item is, and Cal was bringing this up at the end of his remarks, is water. Stormwater is an emergent issue everywhere, groundwater, and stormwater runoff is just a key issue. We've got a really, really big permitting session that's coming up later today. It's going to roll right into our daily Q&A wrap at the end. And I'd like to actually invite both you guys to come back with your presenter credentials. We may be picking up some questions on stormwater and species and what's appropriate. So Cal, let me go to you first. You were going to wetlands. It's really a key issue. And how can we be thinking about, optimizing these sites for all the positives, but handling our stormwater appropriately?
Well, sometimes a wetland is a good opportunity to really include a lot of pollinator value, as well as restoration for birds and other reptiles and what have you. And there's hardly a site that, once you start accumulating the excess water from roads or diversions or what have you, wetlands become a component of these sites, I think. Anything over 20, 30 acres is going to have some detention basins and stuff like that. And so that's going to involve wetlands and wetland species.
Yeah. I would say from a NIFTI's compliance and trying to reduce your stormwater erosion, it's beneficial sometimes to throw in, having some temporary annual cover crop with your native seed mix, right? That's going to help with weed control, also help get some initial top growth to help, prevent some runoff. And then I think in looking at the native species that you are including in your seed mix, thinking about and trying to tailor, and this is again where having a vegetation consultant is helpful, is to look at, sort of which species are more likely to germinate sooner, and incorporating, those sort of faster germinating native species in with your mix. So you get that permanent vegetation in, as soon as you can. And, Cal, you alluded to that a little bit with things like, some of the annuals and, certain species that are kind of quick establishing.
Yes. And another component there is, which I didn't mention, was cover crops to get that initial erosion control. Something like a grain such as oats or rye to give you immediate cover within a few days of when you're finishing a job, when you're getting the construction done, when the soil is disturbed.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. I really wish we had more time. I know we could keep going. We've used all of our buffer time, and we do take this whole internet thing quite seriously. We want to give people a hard break at the lunch hour, at least, to stand up and walk around for a little bit. But thanks so much. The work you're doing is tremendous. We're really standing on your shoulders. Again, I want to thank you as a carbon-based life form and a father. I know there's a lot of work to do, both in the field, here, there, and everywhere. I know you guys are going to keep doing this work. Thank you for supporting this event. Thank you for supporting it last time. And I'm sure that we'll be seeing you in person in 2022. Hopefully, Calvin, we can get you down from Pennsylvania. And I just want to tease, tomorrow morning, we're coming right back on pollinators in the Keynote block, bright and early at 8:30 a.m. With Robin Ernst, who's really going to hit this bottleneck issue square in the face, because if we're serious about scaling up solar from here, we've got to have the stuff to grow, as you guys have made so abundantly clear. It's unicorns and pixie dust if we can't make it real. So thank you for doing that and giving us the ammunition that we need to build this beautiful renaissance, bigger and bolder and more functional than I think anyone might have thought possible, even just a few years ago. But you guys were there early, and thank you again. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
Thanks. Takes a village.
You bet. The future's as bright as we build it. Thanks, gentlemen. And everybody, we're going to take a hard break now. We'll be back in the quarter hour don't miss huge remarks. Judy Dunscombe from the Nature Conservancy and all the work that they're doing. So we'll be back real soon. The party continues. The future is bright.